at 7:15 p.m. We're going to do a roll call now. Councilman Abdul Rashid. Councilman Corbett.
Here.
Councilwoman Eason.
Here.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. Councilwoman Jones Bell.
Present.
Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Present.
Also present, Madeline Smith, Deputy Clerk. Mr. Wolf from the City Attorney's Office. Margaret Hamir from the Clerk's Office. Please stand for a moment of silence.
Thank you.
Please be advised, anyone wishing to discuss agenda or general items shall sign one book. There will be 2 columns in the book, one for agenda items and one for general issues. Each person signing the book will check agenda items or general issues. If they check only agenda items or general issues, they will be allowed to speak for 5 minutes. If they check general issues and agenda items, they will be allowed to speak for 10 minutes. The requirements of NJSA 10:4-9 at SET, the Sunshine Law, has been met. A notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and published in the record transcript on July 18, 2013, posted on the bulletin board in City Hall, and filed in the office of the municipal clerk. Next, we have matters of discussion.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk Smith. At this time, we're going to have Councilwoman Eason present the family of Greg Dillon with a resolution in his honor. After. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. We're going to ask the family to stand. You guys can come up. That shows he was a family man. You guys can come closer. This is Mrs. Dillon? Oh, okay. Oh. Right. Yeah. Lesson they have a mother still living.
As Councilwoman Eason reads it, you can all stand around her.
A resolution celebrating the life of Gregory Pickle Dillon Sr., sponsored by the City Council of Orange Township. Whereas the City of Orange Township, New Jersey, joins family and friends to mourn the passing of Gregory Pickle Dillon Sr., who made his transition from this earth on Monday, December the 16th, 2013. And whereas we come together during this time of sadness to pay tribute and celebrate the life of Gregory Pickle Dillon Sr., who was a central and vital force in his family and community. And whereas Gregory Lawrence Dillon Sr., changed that from Pickle after a while, whereas Gregory Lawrence Dillon Sr. was born 63 years ago and raised in Orange, New Jersey. He was educated in the Orange public school system. He married the love of his life, Linda Tudelo. The loving union produced 4 wonderful and devoted sons, Gregory Jr., Patrick, John, and Brian, and a beautiful and loving daughter, Dora Lynn, who predeceased him. And whereas Gregory Pickle Dillon Sr. enjoyed a successful and fulfilling career in the City of Orange Township as a chief code enforcement official, where he served with distinction for 38 years. He was also the owner and proprietor of Dillon's Tavern in West Orange for the past 28 years. And whereas Gregory Pickens Dillon Sr., a.k.a. the King of the Valley, was always a devoted parishioner and attended Our Lady of the Valley Church in Orange, New Jersey, a past West Ward Democratic chairman and founder of the Dillon Association. And whereas Gregory Pickle Dillon Sr., who moved from Orange to his last address in West Orange 29 years ago, was honored in 1992 as the Deputy Grand Marshal and again in 2012 as the Grand Marshal of the St. Patrick's Day Parade in West Orange. And whereas Gregory Pickens Dillon Sr. led a stellar life and will always be remembered as someone with a heart full of humility and a soul generated by love, who strived to make a difference. His legacy of compassion, patience, wisdom, sincerity, and love would always be a source of joy and inspiration for those fortunate to have known him. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Orange Township hereby offers their sincere condolences to the family and friends of Gregory Pickle Dillon Sr., and be it further resolved that the City Council urges residents following passage of this resolution to do random acts of kindness towards others in memory of Gregory Pickle Dillon Sr. What a legacy. I had the privilege of knowing him and working with him in the code enforcement. And he was always had something, a story to tell. So yeah, he was a great guy. I enjoyed it. I think he enjoyed his job. And yeah, oh yes, he did with the passion. So I know you guys are happy to have had him as a father and as a husband and as a son. You have a lot to be proud of. So we, the City of Orange, are proud of you. So we
Councilwoman
are
Eason,
giving you this plaque today.
Sorry.
And in honor of Gregory.
Thank you.
Council,
You want to say something?
thank you.
Who wants to talk?
Somebody from the family. Okay.
Okay.
I'm Kevin Dillon, I'm Greg's brother. First, on behalf of the family, we'd like to thank the council. This is very special and nice of you to do this for us. If you knew Greg loved Orange. He loved his job, particularly loved this building. You know, even when we moved over to West Orange, you know, anybody ever asked where you're from, and Greg would always tell them, I'm from Orange. And it was always in his heart to the bitter end. And it's also nice to see Marty, you know, who was a longtime colleague of Greg. And once again, we do appreciate this. Thank you.
Council members, or Councilman Corbett, any remarks?
Well, thank you, Council President. I didn't really know Mr. Dillon, but obviously from the outpour of affection from the family today, obviously he was a great man. And I just wish that the City of Orange had more like him. And congratulations to you.
Councilman Marable?
I went to the League of Municipalities when I first got on the council in 2006 and had a conversation, well, to back up, the League of Municipalities obviously brings representatives, people involved in government from all throughout the state together in Atlantic City. It's a big party, all right? But I had a conversation with someone there about Greg Dillon. And I guess I would not have thought that his reputation traveled that far, but it did. And to the family, we're going to miss him. We do miss him.
Councilwoman Jones-Bell?
Thank you. Congratulations to the family. I know you'll miss him sorely. but you guys have to go on. And so this is a part of celebrating his life that helps us to endure and take another step another day. Congratulations again. You're welcome.
Councilwoman Gonfalon.
My comment is, I did not know him either, but I certainly want to offer my condolences to the family. But more importantly, I want to say, God bless you, because you were able to share such a wonderful life with such a wonderful person. So hold on to those memories.
Director Mays.
Yeah, I just want to say, I tell you, I know the family. I know you miss them. I miss him a lot, and I can imagine what you guys are going through. I think about the last time I seen him on Main Street. It was after he was on TV, on a TV show. My wife told me, Greg Dillon's on TV. So I ran and turned the TV on, and he was on, and we were laughing about it on Main Street when I seen him. So it's a big loss. I tell you, I feel it every day. He will really be remembered. He was very good to me. He loved sports. We talked about football. We talked about Orange all the time. We talked about how he grew up. It's a big loss, and I know he wants everybody to move forward and to move on. And I know he loved Orange, but he also loved St. Patrick's Day. I would always go down to the bar. He didn't want me to leave. He showed me so much respect and love. He's got a lot of friends. He would always come and have a beer or two with me, and we would talk. So I miss him. I loved him. And family, keep moving on. Sons, make them proud.
Being born and raised in Orange, 2.2 square miles, everybody knows you. It's like, whose family are you? What's your last name? Where'd you grow up? And we would get back to, how we're all connected. Some of my fond memories is I got elected in 2008, and victory celebration was at Dillon's. We all convened at Dillon's that night, and we came in, and we just had a great time. He welcomed us with open arms. But every time down in Valor, going to Hat City or coming by, and if he was standing outside in front of the house, call you over, Donna, this is doing this, you need to do this, you have to do this, and he would hold you accountable that, if you're a part of Orange and if you're working in Orange, you have a job to do, you're expected to do that job in his eyes. I live in the East Ward. East Ward was a part of the area that he was, in terms of code enforcement, he would do that area. And my last memory is I was actually coming home from the doctor on his going home celebration, and I go to doctor in East Hanover, and I was like, well, what are my police doing in East Hanover? And it was a whole line of cars going up to East Hanover to send him home, and a line, and I pulled over right at the intersection of Eisenhower Parkway and Eagle Rock, and had to sit there for a long period of time because there were so many cars that were going on to say goodbye to Mr. Dillon. So although he is gone in flesh, his spirit obviously lives on in each of you, and through his establishment and through the standard that he set, and for the shoes that people will have to fill who will be working in code enforcement. So we thank you for sharing him with us, and we thank you for just allowing him to be the man that he is, and we know what we have to do to keep our great city a beautiful city. So thank you very much. What we would like to do is to have the Dillon family convene upon this back here so we can take a picture for memory's sake, and we'll send it to you and all the council people. And you can come up here and we can take a picture. And our photographer, Mr. Mobley, will help us out.
Everybody can just be in the boundary of this post. I can get everyone. Ready? All right. One more.
Come up there, Marty.
Marty, we need you up here.
Come on, Marty.
Come on, Marty, pull in the rear.
All right, guys, here we go. Good, good. You know that paid.
Director down. Director down.
Right. Well, yes. Sure. Sixth. That's my line.
I'll talk to you about that. We'll talk. We'll say goodbye. And now we have another presentation of a life that went on to be with glory, and we're going to have that presentation by Councilwoman Jones Bell.
This is Marlene Colin, who's coming up now. She lost her husband in December, and he was such a phenomenal and spirited man, and such a godsend. And several people said that this was very appropriate for him. So you're going to hold on, right? Okay. A resolution celebrating the life of Colin Magliore. Whereas the city of Orange Township, New Jersey, joins family and friends to mourn the passing of Colin Magliore. Am I pronouncing that right? Okay. Who departed this life on Monday, November 25th, 2013. And whereas we come together during this time of sadness to pay tribute to and celebrate the life of Colin Magliore, or Father Colin, as he used to be called by all, who was a central, critical, and vital force in his family and community. And whereas Colin Magliore was born in Léogâne, Haiti on June 15, 1931, the sixth of 8 children born to late Anais Napoleon and La Grace Augustine. He was educated in the Léogâne and Port-au-Prince school systems and graduated post-secondary from St. Jean Bosco School in Port-au-Prince. He married the love of his life, Marlene. To them were born 8 wonderful children. And whereas Colin Magliore enjoyed a successful and fulfilling career as a welder, Father Colin loved music and had a plethora of evangelical records. He had a particular talent for playing the harmonica and hand drum. Father Colin was known for his patience and easy demeanor. He possessed a contagious smile and an entertaining sense of humor. And whereas Colin Magliora had a real commitment to the gospel, and his positive attitude won the trust and hearts of many. Extremely energetic, Father Colin was active with both the missionary Men's Soldats de Christ, as well as the evangelical group of the Mount Olive Church of God in Orange, New Jersey. Father Colin was also involved with Radio Verite, and he hosted a program where he preached the gospel and encouraged others through prayer. And whereas Colin Magliora, whether as a husband, father, and servant of the Lord, will always be remembered for his wisdom, gentleness, dedication to his core values and beliefs. He always had a gentle answer, which, consistent with Proverbs 15:1, helped him turn away from confrontations. Father Colin's purpose for doing anything was to do for others through his devotion to his family or through the multitudes of enterprises he engaged himself in serving the Lord. And whereas Colin Magliora led a stellar life and will be remembered as someone with a heart full of humility and a soul generated by love, who strived to make a difference, his legacy of compassion, patience, wisdom, sincerity, and love will always be a source of joy and inspiration for those fortunate to have known him. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Orange Township hereby offers their sincere condolences to the family and friends of Colin Magliora, and be it further resolved that the City Council urges residents following passage of this resolution to do random acts of kindness toward others in memory of Father Colin Magliora. God bless you. And I know how you are, but yes, we are going to ask you to say a word or two. But just from knowing him, any of you who are here who knew him knew how gentle this man's spirit was. I mean, it brings tears to my eyes just to even think. He was so gracious and so gentle, even in the face of confrontation, and he just made you love. He made you feel love. So this is his wife, and you are going to say a few words. His daughter.
Praise the Lord. I'm a Christian, so that's my salute. Praise the Lord. And I would like to say thank you, first of all, to Ms. John Bell. And second, I would like to say thank you to the Council of Orange and everybody. I don't know what to say again. I have to say thank you so much. I like that, Ms. John. I love you. I love you all.
God bless
God
you.
bless.
And before you have a seat, Councilman Corbett, did you want to offer any?
Well, listening to the comments and remarks coming from Councilwoman Jones Bell, he obviously was a man that had an impact and touched so many folks. I don't know why maybe I did run across him and just didn't know whose company I was in. But again, he, like Mr. Dillon, sounds like somebody that we need more of in the city of Orange. So God bless you, and keep on moving.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Eason?
I just want to say God bless you also, and thank you for sharing him with us. And I know you miss him,
Yes,
but we will be here. So if you need us, let us know.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Gone-Butler?
No comment. Just ditto. I echo all the sentiments that I've already been saying.
Councilman Marable?
Ma'am, I heard the name Napoleon. Are you related to George Napoleon? Do you know? No?
Maybe.
No.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
No, you saw you,
Yeah,
George,
I saw
are you
you.
related to George
I saw you in the
Napoleon?
building. I saw him in the building. Sometime. I saw him.
You saw me?
Yeah.
I saw you
Yeah.
too?
Yeah.
What I would say, this is Mia's mom, right?
Yes.
Okay. So while I have not had the pleasure to meet you, I do know your daughter, Mia.
Yes.
And they say the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. And Mia is a very, very beautiful person. So I am truly sorry for your loss. And just know that we're here for you and we're praying for you. And even the work that is being done over at Mount Olive is kind of a gentle giant in the community in terms of spiritual-based, academic-based, missionary-based. So just thank you for all that he has done, that you do through your children, and just thank you. And during this time of bereavement, just know that people are here to lift you up.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we gotta come take a picture. I'm sorry, Councilman Easton, you good? No, one more picture, because I know you're new. We have a resident photographer here, I didn't want to miss this opportunity. You heard that resident photographer?
Yes, I sure did.
Just turn it.
All right. Ready? We get one more, please.
Thank you all.
And council, I ask that you indulge matters for discussion. One thing that's not on here, we're going to have Director Wendy Sykes come up real briefly. As you know, the deadline for the Affordable Care Act was yesterday, and there are a lot of what-ifs. What if I missed it? What if I couldn't afford it? So I asked Director Sykes to come up and just give an overview of what happens after March 31st.
Thank you. My name is Wendy Sykes. I'm the Director of Community Services. And I was asked to talk about the Affordable Care Act, specifically options that consumers have or may have after the open enrollment period, which ended yesterday, March the 31st. And so I have some handouts for everyone that are being passed around, and I believe, Council, there were some handouts for you also. The health coverage, first of all, it's the law. It's the new health care law that we sometimes refer to as Obamacare that was signed into law on March the 23rd, 2010. As some of you may be aware, the open enrollment period, which is the period that you are allowed to apply for a quality health care plan, began October 1st of 2013 and ended yesterday, March 31st, 2014. There will be another, the second open enrollment period for the marketplace beginning November 15th of this year, 2014, and that one will go to February 15th of next year. So the enrollment extension period that some of you may have heard of in the news, that's being offered by the federal government, the marketplace, goes through to April 15th of this year. And what that open enrollment extension period consists of, or is for individuals that may have started your application prior to March the 31st, but for whatever reason, you weren't able to complete your application. Either there was a glitch and the system was down, or you didn't gather all of your information in time, but you did start your application. So in other words, you either by paper application began it and mailed it in, you're waiting for an eligibility determination, or you did it online, and for whatever reason, you're waiting for the eligibility determination via online. So those individuals who started their application prior to March the 31st have until April 15th of this year to complete your application. Coverage outside of the open enrollment period. The open enrollment for 2014 coverage, as I mentioned before, is over, but you still may have time. The type of coverage that's available in the open enrollment, outside the open enrollment period, is the option to buy a private health plan through the marketplace, but only if you qualify for what's being termed as a special enrollment period, as a, hold on one second, qualifying life event. So outside of the open enrollment period, if you have what's called a qualifying life event, you get married, you have a baby, you adopt a child, God bless you, you move outside of the insured area, and there are some other options that are listed on the handout that we have here. If those are your circumstances after March the 31st, you can qualify for enrollment into the marketplace if you're still looking for health care, if you're still looking for coverage. And so when you go to apply, you would just need to mention that you feel you qualify under one of the qualifying life events. You can also apply for Medicaid in New Jersey. In New Jersey, we have extended Medicaid, so you can also apply for Medicaid or CHIP, which is the Child Health Insurance Plan, year-long. That has no open enrollment period. It does not end. It's a rolling enrollment, and so you can do that online at NJ Family Cares. I think it's .net or .org. I'm not sure, but you can do that, or you can apply by going to the your nearest county welfare office, or one of the individuals listed on the third, at the end of the third sheet in the handout. There are a lot of questions in terms of a fee or a penalty. If you miss the open enrollment period, if you don't qualify for one of the quality health, events, or if you don't qualify for Medicaid, will there be a fee? And so the answer, sweet and short, is yes. There is a fee. It's called the Individual Shared Responsibility Payment. In 2014, the fee is 1% of your yearly income, or $95 per person for the year, whichever is greater. And the fee will increase each year. In 2016, it's deemed to be 2.5% of your income, or $695 per person, whichever is higher. There are some exemptions for having to pay a fee. For instance, if you're uninsured less than 3 months in a year, if you are not required by the federal government to file your returns because your income is too low, if you're recognized as a federally regulated tribe, and if you're a part of a healthcare sharing ministry, if you have Medicare, and if you're incarcerated and you're not waiting charges against you. So there are some circumstances in which you are not required to pay a penalty. Also, if you are not a United States resident or citizen, you are not required to have the health care coverage, and you will not require a penalty. And at this point, I just want to mention, for those of you who are not residents of the United States and do not have a green card or awaiting your green card, in terms of health care, we, the health department at the city of Orange, can refer you to what's called a quality, FQHC, a federally qualified health care center. And those centers are federally regulated, and you can present there just like you present at a hospital, and receive treatment for your sickness or your illness, and you will be seen by a doctor. And for the most part, if you present at the same FQHC, you will be seen by the same doctor, which is good in terms of your care to assist you with continuity of care. And so we have one right next door to City Hall, which is the NCHC, and there are a few other FQHCs in the area. They're also listed on this form are hardship exemptions, where if you have any of the circumstances below, which I'm about to read, and your ability to purchase health insurance is affected by that, that's considered a hardship exemption, and you may be deemed exempt from having to have health insurance and/or receiving a penalty. And just some of them are, if you were homeless, although if you are homeless, you can still receive health insurance via our Medicaid, the expanded Medicaid program in New Jersey. And I guess this is listed just for those states that don't have the expanded Medicaid. If you were evicted in the past 6 months and you're facing, eviction or foreclosure, if you just feel that after you went through the open enrollment or through the marketplace and the plans are still too expensive for you, you can file a hardship claim or an appeal. If you experience death in a close family and bankruptcy in 6 months, there's a long list of just different reasons why you may qualify for exemption. And then on the form, it just talks about how you can apply for exemption. There are 2 ways to apply. You can fill out a claim with your 2014 federal tax return, which is due in April 2015, or you can apply for an exemption using an exemption application form, which can be obtained on healthcare.gov. And then also are just some places where you can receive assistance, for instance, in applying for Medicaid and CHIP at one of the 2 Essex County Division of Welfare offices, 50 South Clinton Street, 18 Rector Street, and some other offices around the Orange area, including the healthcare.gov website or the healthcare.gov call center.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Unfortunately, council members, does anybody have a question? Ms. Sykes? No questions? Okay. Thank you for coming. And if there are any citizens in the audience or any person on TV who has a question, I know I receive questions in terms of, and I'll give you one, and I'll talk to you about it on Saturday, was what if I sign up and then I lose my job? How does, people are just anticipating, what if I can't keep up the costs, that they can always come to your office and speak to you or speak to a representative in your office?
Definitely. So if there is, and that would be considered one of the extenuating circumstances which may happen outside of the marketplace if you lose your job or if you get married, things like that. You can still qualify for a health care plan. You can go back in and revise your plan under those conditions, and you can reach us at the health office, and our number is 973-266-4071.
Thank you. 973-266-4071.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Sykes.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Moving on to resolutions and ordinances.
The resolutions and ordinances to be presented at tonight's meeting are listed on the attached regular meeting agenda. If any council member wishes to discuss any resolutions or ordinances, it may be discussed at this time.
Council President,
Councilman Corbett.
ordinance 8, 2014,
8, 2014.
the bond ordinance.
Thank you for helping us cut across the field, as my pastor would say. 8, 2014, yes, sir.
I looked through this, and I see that we're looking at a number of items, from equipment to garage, roof repairs, demolition, a number of things. However, what I see that is missing is a number of things, but I'm only really concerned about 2. One is the resurfacing of our roads. And I state that because, if we go out and purchase all this new equipment, trucks for the fire department, for public works, police department, and so forth and so on, with our roads being in the condition that they are, it will bring harm to our new vehicles. So I'm suggesting that we look at adding to this bond the resurfacing of our roads. Now, understand that we can do some of this by a grant. And in Section 4, it clearly states that you're looking from the state of New Jersey or the county to make a contribution or grant in aid to the city for improvements. So I'm suggesting that we also throw roads in here, resurfacing of the roads, and also search out for grant money as well. in that application.
So you're saying allocate, it wouldn't be all the roads, a dollar amount for a specific, whatever the dollar amount, Director Mays?
Yeah, in response to that, when I was given my direction to move forward, I was directed to look at the main priorities in the police, fire, and public works department. So what you see with that, what is compiled in this bond ordinance is essentially the number 1, 2, 3 priorities from the fire department, public works, and the police department. And that's what I did. That's why you see there is a reduced number in terms of what we're looking for. I agree, and I spoke on this on many occasions, that the roads are a major problem. And not only will the lack of repaving roads affect the new equipment that we hope to get, but it'll affect any cars or anything right now. I don't disagree with your statement. I understand everything you're saying, but my issue, and I won't speak for police and fire, they can speak for themselves. Right now in Orange, there is an organizational problem amongst the fire department, the police department, and the public works department, meaning that we have poor equipment. And I think we saw this winter, we saw a breakdown in the Department of Public Works because the equipment lasted the first couple of summers, and towards the end of the season, we weren't able to maintain the snow removal. Right now in Public Works, there are 3 trucks that are broke down that are essentially going to have to be scrapped. So moving forward, I would like to see the bond moving forward, and I don't know if you want to allow time for police and fire to come up and speak, but in my meetings with them, I think you hear the same thing. It's almost a joke right now in terms of our equipment. We are at a critical level. This bond ordinance has been kicked around for the last year. I took direction from the Finance Committee in terms of what they wanted to see, and I simply produced that at this point, and that's what you have before you tonight.
Councilman Corbett, before you respond, I just want to announce that Councilman Abdul Rashid arrived at 7:50 p.m.
I can appreciate everything that you just said, Mr. Mays. In particular, you mentioned the equipment joke. On that same level, our roads are a joke. And after this spring, I mean, the winter, it really took a real beating, but after this spring, even with the patch-up jobs that you guys have been doing, with all the rain that we're getting, all that stuff is going to come up.
Right.
And like I said, it's just patchwork, so you need something that's going to be more long-lasting than just patching it up. And I heard you also mention that, you know, these are some of the things that the Finance Committee wanted, but no one asked me what I wanted. And so that's why I'm telling you now, I would like to see the resurfacing piece added to this. And I've also been speaking about the summer months in the council chambers. You have in here an acquisition and replacement of a boiler in City Hall. I can't dispute that. I know that the boiler has been major problems during the winter. I've seen the guys down there working. I've seen the condition of it. But at the same time, it doesn't make sense that this council comes here once a month during the summer months and have to compete with the sound of the air conditions. And at the same time, you would also reduce, if you went with central air, you would reduce your electric bill because you got all those units, those individual units in the windows. So to cut down on our costs in electricity, I would also like to see that added if possible. I don't know, I mean, many of you may not think that as an emergency, but it's something that would certainly help us in the long run. So, I mean, if you can somehow or other finagle this and add those 2 things to, that's all I'm looking for. And I'll be happy and I'll be willing to go 100% with this, even though there's a ton of things that we need to get done in this town, a whole lot of things that need to be done, but to do what we need to do right now, these are the most important things, as you have indicated. I can support it 100% with those added things to it.
Director Mays, is there any money, are there any roads that are slated to be done that were just being held off because of the winter month?
Yeah, we expect to start milling and paving of about 5 to 6 roads. I don't have the list in front of me right now. We expect that most of those roads will begin to take place on or about May 1st. So we got about 5 or 6 roads slated for this spring and summer.
Is that through grant money, or
That's through grant money, yes.
And Councilman Corbett, you will agree that we can't do all the roads at one time, so we're going to have to kind of create a plan as to what is the most urgent, where we need to start in terms of the roads, because while everything needs to be done, everything can't be done at the same time.
I can appreciate that theory as well, but I think you save yourself time to try to figure out which roads don't need to be done, because there's more roads that need to be resurfaced than don't need to be
No, I
surfaced
agree
here in
with
this
you.
town.
Right.
So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you go into the valley under the underpass and you know you in trouble. You lucky your vehicle doesn't fall apart. And, you know, and there's many other places. High Street, man, after this winter, man, it tore that road up. And you know, all around the town. You go on Dodd, by the bus depot. Come on, I mean, even Day Street, where City Hall is located, and that's a disgrace, because if you got people from the outside of Orange coming into Orange, that's one of the main roads that should be smooth going. It just doesn't make sense.
Day Street is in terrible condition.
Yes, it is.
You're absolutely right.
And as a town, we are better than that, and we can do better.
And for clarification, the suggestion of the Finance Committee was to segregate the Public Works, Fire, and Police, and that would include all of the roads. This is what came back as what they're presenting as the most needed item, so it didn't take the roads out. We stated that it should be all of Public Works and all of Fire, all of Police, because that falls, and roads falls under Public Works. So it wasn't put on there because it may be in their top 10, it just didn't reach the top 10 list in the eyes of Director Mays or whomever.
Councilman Williams?
Yes, Councilwoman Eason.
I don't think that, Mr. Mays, I don't think that Councilman Corbett is saying that the bond ordinance should not go. I think we need to do is, and I talked to our auditor about our debt ratio. We don't have a lot of debt right now, so I think what we're saying is we want to go through with the bond, because if we're going to bond, we might as well get the money to do some things that we really know need to be done. So I think what he's asking for is just an addition. I see here you have, what, you're up to almost 5 million. So if you put a million in to resurface roads, and we need the telephone, we agreed we were going to put in a new telephone system. I mean, I don't know if you need a million, because you got some of it for grant. And High Street is a county road, so we should be, that should not be included, because we need to lean on the county. And I see that Ken Garrett is not here tonight, to make sure that they do High Street. I mean, they owe us that. We pay enough taxes to them that they should do High Street. So that is not part of what this should be. But I don't know if you need a million, but put in some additional dollars for the roads, put in for the telephone system. And I just found out tonight, I think that the fire department needs an engine. So that needs to be
That's in there already.
It's in here already? So
Yeah,
you're good with that? Is that Director Dow?
Something else.
Michael R. Dowd, Fire Director, City of Orange. Yes, Councilwoman, we have put in for an engine and a ladder truck. Actually, we need 2, but because of the cost, we reduced it to 1. Presently, I've had to take 1 engine out of service, which is 27 years old. It finally died on us on a call, come backing into the firehouse. We couldn't get it in reverse. It had electrical problems. It is now sitting in the back of Washington Street Firehouse, waiting to be scrapped. We have another one that's 24 years old, that's in the same condition. We purchased a used engine from the federal government, a 19-year-old engine, because we had to have some spare. We have 3 line pieces of apparatus and 1 reserve. When I came on, we had 2 reserves. But the engines that we presently have were so bad, I had to place that one into frontline service. So we desperately need this bond ordinance, and we probably are going to have to buy a used engine temporarily till this new one is delivered. And it usually takes it between 9 to 12 months for a delivery of a new vehicle.
Now, I guess for clarification, when you put this request in for what you needed for fire, the engine that you had was in addition to what you already had, am I correct? The engine that you have here? was
Yes,
in addition. So now that the one that is down today, you need two, am I correct?
Correct, but for bonding.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, if we're gonna bond, let's get what we need for now. So the engine that you have here was in addition to what, the one that went down today.
Correct. We actually needed two, but I could live with one and one. I understand the cost factor, and there's other areas of the city, but I have to have one engine, and we had to buy a used one.
If you need two,
If you
then
can,
need to put the two in there, rather than buy a secondhand one that might break down the next day. That's all I'm saying. I just want to make sure for clarification.
Right.
So that would be one additional fire engine that needs to go in here. And then you can bring it back at the next meeting with the modifications, and I think it'll be more of an agreement. If we're gonna bond, we need to go ahead and do it for what we need and stop piecemealing it today. Because the equipment gets older, it breaks down, just like a car.
I understand that, Councilman, but I could live with one and one temporarily.
But you can talk to Mr. Mays and you guys can figure it out.
Council President? I agree with what Councilwoman Easton just said in terms of if we need two trucks, I think we need to go after two trucks. I mean, we cannot play with our residents' life and safety. You can't put a price tag on that. So if we need to, I'm certainly in agreement with that. We need to go full steam ahead and, you know, try to satisfy the needs of this city.
Council President.
Councilman Marable?
Yeah, I did have a follow-up with Director Dowd, if he could come back. You're mentioning a lot of different trucks, a lot of different vehicles, a lot of different engines. I know you know which ones you're talking about.
Okay.
I don't know if we necessarily do, but the one I want to ask you about specifically, I've seen it with my own eyes at the fire station, but I've never seen it on the road. That's a yellow vehicle, a yellow truck.
That's the green, actually, it's lime green.
It looks like a lemon.
Yes.
Okay.
That came from that was a federal engine from a Navy base in Maryland, I believe.
Okay, is that the one you mentioned when you said an acquisition from the federal government, or is that something different?
Yes, we actually didn't get it directly. It came indirectly to a vendor who purchased it from the federal government. What happened is when the other two vehicles started breaking down, I had to take them out of service. I went to Mr. Mapp, who's the finance officer, and said, we've reached that point where I have to have another piece of equipment. This one has to be taken out of service. He authorized it up to $15,000, and we looked around and we purchased this because we needed something. And
Okay,
this
so
was supposed
we
to-
paid for that.
Correct.
It's my understanding, though, it's not functional, it's not operational on the street, it can't be used. Is that
No,
accurate,
no.
or is that?
No,
so it's-
that's incorrect.
It's in use?
Yes, actually, it was designed, we originally purchased it as a reserve piece, but because it was in such better shape than the equipment that we had, we put it in front line and took the engine that wasn't front line and put it in reserve. One was junked, it's sitting in the back of Washington Street Firehouse. The second engine was put in reserve, but it's on the way to the scrapyard too.
So it is fully functional operation?
Yes.
Okay, that's my
It
question.
met the spec, the pump was tested, and it was certified by the vendor when we purchased it.
Do you have to add sugar? No.
Oh. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, Council President.
Councilwoman Von Butler?
I agree with most of the statements that have been made here this evening with regards to the bond ordinance. But as I have stated in the Finance Committee meetings, and I will state here for the entire governing body, it is important that the administration present us with a plan. We cannot just empty the coffers every time all of our vehicles and equipment are dilapidated. There needs to be a graduated plan, so as we retire debt, we purchase new things, and it has to be coordinated. It just makes no sense for us to go down to zilch and then have to buy everything. So I would like to see a plan.
any other questions on 820-14? Regarding resolutions and ordinances, is there any
So,
other?
just to close that out, Mr. May, you will redo it for the next meeting.
Resolution, ordinances, any other discussion?
I have
Council
79, 2014.
79.
My favorite one.
On the list.
On page 3,
Yeah.
just a quick question. Contractual services for the apartment buildings. Mr. May, can you explain what that is? The 29,000,
For how much, Councilwoman Easton?
29,
29.
yes, for,
Contractual
Page
service-
3.
Page 3, contractual services for $29,230.
yes.
These are, again, for the garbage collection where we reimburse the apartments. That's what all of these are.
You reimburse them?
Yep. For garbage collection. They have a private collector, and we reimburse them because collection of garbage or solid waste is the city's responsibility.
Page 4. The donated bus. Where is that bus? Has anyone seen it?
Mr. Mapp?
I'm Adrian Mapp, Director of Finance. If the question is, has anyone seen it? I haven't.
You have not?
I have not.
Yes.
But I'm sure there are other people that have seen it.
Okay.
So do you know if it exists?
It, it does exist. We are currently trying to locate the title for the bus. And that is because when we met in the Finance Committee last night, some questions were raised about this particular item. And in doing research, I learned that this is a bus that was donated and sitting at the police department for quite some time. And when questions were asked about this bus, whether it is operational or not, the answer was yes, but it was just sitting there. So the question was also asked, if this is a donated bus, why is it that it didn't come before the council by way of a resolution for the donation to be accepted? We don't know if that was done or not, and that's why we're trying to get hold of the title so as to determine when exactly the donation was made. So this is to be continued.
Mr. Mapp, do you know who donated the bus?
I have no idea. I think the police department would be best suited to respond to that.
So if you don't know who donated it and where it came from, how are you searching for the title?
Well, we were told that we got title to the bus, I think the day after it was donated. So we are trying to work our way backwards to try to determine what's fact and what's fiction. But we believe that we will get to the answer.
So my question becomes now, if you don't know where you got the bus, you can't find the title, you don't know.
I didn't say we don't know where we got the bus.
You said you didn't know where it came from.
We will find out.
No, but I'm saying, well, let me just try.
Okay.
You got the bus, you don't know where it came from, you're searching for the title, so you don't how can you search, you don't know where the bus came from? The other thing is, so how did you paint letters on it for $3,500? How did you paint it?
That I can't answer. I don't have the answer to
Has
that.
it been done?
It is my understanding that the lettering was painted on the bus. That's my understanding. I haven't seen it. I don't know anything about the bus other than what I am stating here to you.
How many seats are on the bus?
I don't know anything about the bus.
Council members, I'm gonna make a recommendation that we pull this off of the bill list until we get more specific information. We need to see the title, we need to know where the bus is, we need to see the bus. So I'm asking for support that we not pay this bill until we get more specifics.
You may want to hear from the police department. That's my suggestion.
Well, the director is not here.
He does have a representative here.
Is Captain Dunn want to come up and explain it?
No. No. He doesn't want to come. No.
You got him on the spot, so I'm gonna make a recommendation that we remove that until we get more information. And that we get real proof that there is a bus.
Are you finished with the bill list?
No, I think I had one more. I looked in there.
While you look, can I ask him a question?
Sure.
Mr. Matt, there were outstanding questions regarding the, did you get us a copy of the contract for the communication services?
I do have a copy of the proposal that I will certainly share with you. What I should also tell you is that this item should not have been on the bills list, because it should only appear when when work has been done and invoices are submitted for payment. So you can remove this item.
So we're going to remove the 16,000.
That's correct.
Which one is that, Councilwoman?
That's page 5.
Oh, okay. I was looking, that was,
This item, this item should have been encumbered so that the funds are set aside to be drawn down against when work is done and invoices are submitted for payment. But it should not have been on the bill list at this time.
And in the meantime, can you
Yes.
put the contract in the council's? And did you answer, I think the question that came up in Finance Committee was for page 9, the 41,000, that was just the gasoline bill?
That is the bill for the month of March.
And then when we asked the law fees, and that were regarding, on page 5, the legal services for Feinstein, Rossett, Klein, and Booker, those were the services rendered.
Services rendered pertaining to the appeal, pertaining to the tax case that the city had with that the city of Orange had with the city of West Orange.
And as I questioned last night, there was a settlement. Do we know if the settlement is complete? And if so, can we have a copy of it?
I will certainly speak to the law department, and I believe that should not be a problem.
Council members, any other questions? None, or
I'm good.
should we move the agenda, or does everybody need a second?
Are we still on the bill list?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, I do have a question. I don't know if Mr. Mapp is the best person.
Page.
On page 5, I think I know the answer. 5,000 copies of an annual report book, $4,650. Is that the annual report touting the accomplishments of the city that went out?
That is the report that was distributed from the mayor's office based on his report to the residents of Orange about a month or so ago. A number of books were produced for distribution.
Okay. So about $1 per book.
I am not sure how many were printed. If the numbers are...
5,000.
Then yes.
Okay. All right. I have nothing else.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Okay, Councilman, was that the glossy one that we found on our doorsteps?
I wouldn't know what was on your doorstep.
Oh, it was the glossy one.
I'm sorry?
We've got smaller ones.
Is it the glossy one?
I know
Mr.
they-
Mapp, specifically, do you know which one it was? Was it the 8.5 by 11, or was it the more 4 by 6?
I believe it was a combination of both.
Combination of both.
I did say glossy book, right? That was what
Right,
was
but they
asked.
both,
That's
because
what I said
there was a
was
4
on
by
my-
6 and an
I
8.5
thought
by
I
11.
did explain what I asked, but that's
Okay.
okay.
I got the 4x6 in my mailbox. That was mailed to my home.
And what Mr. Mapp is saying, he believes it's a combination of the 8.5 by 11 and the 4 by 6. So maybe 2,500 this and 2,500 that.
And we can certainly get you the specifics.
Thank you.
Yeah, I suspect either way, there's nothing contained in any of those sizes that couldn't have been on the website for free.
And that was encumbered against administration's budget, Mr. Mapp?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, sir. Council members, any other questions? Before we move the agenda, there are no other questions. Councilwoman Easton, will you finish?
I'm finished.
So,
Council President, just to be clear,
Yes.
the original version of the bond ordinance document that I received was 7-2014. It should correctly be 8-2014 because that's the way it's on the agenda.
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
It wasn't corrected? Okay. 8-2014. Okay. Okay. Yes? Are we, Mr. Mays, Ms. Matt, are we in agreement that 8-2014 should be removed and presented on April 15th?
If that is the bond ordinance,
Yes, sir.
I would strongly suggest that this governing body adopt an ordinance. It doesn't matter to us at this point whether it's 5 million, 4 million. The residents of this city need action from this governing body, and that would be my recommendation. Adopt what you have before you.
Adopt and amend.
Well, you can't amend because you don't know.
We don't have the
the
exact,
amount.
we don't have the exact figures.
One,
Councilwoman Easton?
April 1st or April 15th is not going to make any difference, so I'm just saying, let's do it on April 15th, put everything in there, and let's move it. We are going to adopt a bond ordinance, but April 1st, April 15th, what is it, a week?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Do you have a problem with that, Mr.
I don't
Mayor?
have a problem with that at all.
Okay.
And
Council
we're in
Council
agreement,
President,
so-
the problem I have was this generic reference to put everything in there. I don't know what everything means to everybody, but there may be disagreement on the 15th as to whether there's too much in there or maybe whether something else should be added. I'm not saying whether I'm going to vote for it or not, but I think we need to vote on it tonight.
Councilwoman Williams?
Councilwoman Easton?
I think it is incumbent upon, if they want it voted on for April 15th, that we get it in advance so everybody can get their questions answered and know what's there. That's all. All you gotta do is ask the question. And then that April 15th, you shouldn't have any more questions.
Councilwoman
Why
Easton,
they
you
will
got
put-
this one in advance. There's still controversy about it. There's still disagreement and conversation. You got it in advance.
I know
You got
I
what you
did.
want.
We all got it in advance, but what I'm saying, we just asked Mr. Mays to add some additional stuff. He told me that the network, the system was in there, but I guess I want to see it more spelled out that said it was there.
Council President, Councilwoman Easton, when you say phone system, are you talking about the phone system for the police department? Because the reason I said it is because the phone system here in City Hall, you call, the phone ring, 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 and there isn't a way where someone can leave a message. And I think that we can upgrade our phone system here in City Hall as well.
No, when we met with the mayor, we agreed that we would do one throughout the city.
Okay.
Tie all of them together.
All right.
That's what Mr. Mays is working on a quote for.
All right.
The entire city.
Thank you.
It all should be linked. That's what we do in the school district, so why can't we follow
Right.
suit? So, Mr. Mayor, do you have a problem with us pulling this tonight and just bringing it back on the 15th?
No, I don't.
Okay. And Councilwoman Williams?
Yes, ma'am?
Madeline has the numbers that she's deducting from the bill list?
Yes.
Okay.
So if there's no more discussion, a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Jones Bell, second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned for 3 minutes. held in the council chambers of City Hall, 29 North Day Street, Orange, New Jersey, on Tuesday, April 1st, 2014, immediately following the conference meeting. Can you please stand for a pledge of allegiance to the flag? We will have our roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid. Here. Councilman Elroy Corbett.
Here.
Councilwoman Eason.
Here.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones Bell had to leave. Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams present. Also present, Deputy Clerk Madeline Smith. City, no city attorney? Okay. Adrian Mapp, the Director of Finance. Legislative Research Officer Kevin Harris. Margaret Omer from the Clerk's Office, and other representatives from the different departments, including Marty Mays representing the administration. James Wolf, City Attorney as well. The Deputy Municipal Clerk announces that NJSA 10:4-9 Sunshine Law has been met. A notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and published in the record transcript on July 18, 2013. Posted on the bulletin board in City Hall and filed in the office of the municipal clerk. We will now have approval of the minutes for the previous meetings. For February 18, 2014, Councilman Abdul Rashid cannot vote because he was not present.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Eason. Do a roll call, Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason,
Yes.
Councilman Marable,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams, yes. These are voting on the regular minutes.
Motion to adopt.
And again, I'm just for clarity, Councilman Abdul Rashid cannot vote because he's not present. Just a second, pause. I apologize. Councilman Abdul Rashid was present for the regular meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion was moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. Roll call, Councilman Abdul Rashid. In favor. Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Gaunt Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams, yes. We will now be voting on March 4th, 2014, executive closed session. Councilman Abdul Rashid cannot vote because he's not present. Motion by?
Move.
Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Eason. Roll call. Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason,
Yes.
Councilman Marable,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams, yes. Now we will be voting on the March 4th, 2014 conference and regular meeting. Again, Councilman Abdul Rashid cannot vote because he was not present. Is there a motion?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Gaunt Butler. Roll call. Councilman Corbett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Eason,
Yes.
Councilman Marable,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler,
In favor.
and again, Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent, and Councilman Williams is in favor. We will now have reports. There are no open reports at this time. The Department of Planning and Economic Development, total fees collected, $402,956. There are no constable reports. Council reports, Councilman Abdul Rashid, anything for the Housing Authority, sir?
No.
Councilman Corbett, anything for police?
Yes, I don't have anything written, but I did have a meeting last week with Police Deputy Director Todd Warren, and he is really working on some things to help combat the violence that we have going on in our town, and specifically around gang violence. He has a well-strategized plan in terms of bringing some folks to the table and trying to get some of these issues resolved peacefully. Also, we can expect our PAL, our Police Athletic League, to finally get back off the ground and start providing some positive activities for our youth. That's it for now. Our police director could not be here tonight, so he has someone stand in his absence. He's looking forward to making a report before this council sometime in May.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easton, personnel?
No updates.
Councilman Marable, fire?
Nothing.
Councilman Marable, library?
Nothing.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler, do you want to give a verbal on the Finance Committee?
I will.
Okay.
The Finance Committee met last evening. It was a very brief meeting. Mr. Mapp, Attorney Wolf, myself, Councilwoman Williams, and we had two vendors, well, one vendor and one school board representative. And essentially, the vendor was Balance Point, and they presented on a proposal to do an automated payroll system. So we had the opportunity to ask questions with regards to that. The other presentation or discussion was with the Orange Board of Education School Board, and that was in reference to them proposing to do a bond ordinance as well. And so those were the two things that were discussed.
I'll just add, council members, about the questions to Mr. Mapp. Did you want to say anything about that, if they have any questions for Mr. Mapp regarding payroll?
Oh, right. They can see Mr. Mapp.
Well, just, council members, there were a lot of questions when we had a payroll company come before us previously, and a lot of the questions that went to the payroll company were actually administrative questions, like where would the machine go? Who would have to sign in? Those are administrative questions. So if there are any questions for the administration regarding a new payroll company, can you please send those to Mr. Mapp?
Oh, Councilwoman, you guys met with them? Is that what you said?
Yes.
But there was nothing for us to read?
They're going to come before the council next week, yes.
Okay. Or they're going to give us a package in
Yes.
advance?
Mhm. But I just want to encourage that there are questions for the payroll vendor and there are questions for the administration, and we have to make sure that we are directing our questions to the proper party.
Which is the payroll company or the administration?
Well, for instance, I would say the questions in terms of where would the machine be located, who would have to use the machine, those type of questions should go to administration. Payroll questions might be more about what can the software do, how will it be automated, what will the interface look like on the when people go onto the website, what will they be able to see? How will that be more efficient? But we just need to make sure we're not asking the payroll company questions that we should be asking administration. Okay? Okay. There are no communications and petitions. citizens' comments on general issues and agenda items. Pursuant to Section 4-10 of the Code of the City of Orange Township, each person addressing the council shall step up to the microphone, shall give his or her name in an audible tone for the record, and unless further time is granted by the presiding officer, shall limit his or her address to 10 minutes. The public is expected to conduct themselves in a proper manner. Any derogatory, abusive, or threatening statements will not be permitted. The chair will immediately rule such conduct out of order and terminate any further comments. And Councilman Marable, would you be so kind to the book?
The book.
Mr. Feld?
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Feld, local businessman whose local address is 268 Main Street, Orange, New Jersey. As my custom, I have posted various heads-up comments and questions on the city's www.nj.com public website. First, I want to thank, on behalf of my family, my employees, and the Jenkins family, the condolences expressed by various members of the community on the death of our manager, who worked in the city for almost 47 years. That was Scott Jenkins. We lost his battle to cancer about 10 days ago. And again, I thank all the people that reached out to us in this community. Also, I want to thank the local Democratic Committee for the breakfast about a week ago. I thank you because it presented me an opportunity to speak to Dawn Zimmer, the mayor of Hoboken, and we had an interesting conversation for what she's going through up in Bergen County and what I am going through in Essex County. I will not be at the next city council meeting because that'll be the second night of Passover. And on behalf of everyone, because we're coming into the holiday season, whether it's Passover or Easter, I wish everyone a joyous occasion, but to remember those holidays, what they symbolize. For Passover, it's the Exodus, liberation from tyranny. For Easter, I celebrated that with my wife's family. Just remember what Jesus represented. He was a Jewish rabbi. He stood up for his rights. He suffered for it. But just to think about it, what we're going through here, that we, again, remember, reflect on it when you're with your family, reflect what the holidays represent. And again, I'm wishing everyone to have a joyous occasion in advance, 2 weeks in advance. I returned to a phrase that Ms. Gordon introduced us to. Not Ms. Gordon, I'm sorry, my favorite school teacher, fruit of thought, Ms. Stewart. Remember the concept of TAT, transparency, accountability, and trust. And I think we need to focus on that concept. Because one thing we need to understand about transparency, that people need answers, certain questions we should know. For example, what is the status of Dwight Mitchell? There are rumors circulating that he retired. If he did retire, what was the date of that retirement? And is there a 90-day, when did the 90-day gap clock start to fill that position? Because we're hearing different dates. We need to know tonight that City Council, remember, that's the only department you run. I think stakeholders are entitled tonight to know if, in fact, Mr. Mitchell retired and the date of his retirement, and when we're going to fill the spot of municipal clerk. In addition, the results of the reevaluation are in. Unfortunately, in 1 year, the tax base of this city declined $200 million. Not once has that number been mentioned by either the Warren administration or the City Council. $200 million is a lot of money where I come from. In addition, there are some questions as to what is the agenda tonight. On Friday, I went to the city clerk, I was handed one agenda. This weekend, when I went to the public website, there was a different agenda posted. This morning, when I looked at the agenda that was given to me on Friday, appeared today. I don't know if it was put on yesterday, I don't know. but I think we're entitled, from an opinion from the city attorney's office and maybe from the legislative research officer, whether the posted agenda, what controls under the Open Public Meetings Act. Because under the Open Public Meetings Act, 48 hours prior to the meeting, an agenda has to be posted, and that's the official agenda. Right now, I don't know what the official agenda is. In addition, I think we need to know as to the bond ordinance. Again, because the bond ordinance was not listed on the one that was posted on the website. There's also another issue when you look at the state statute. Again, as of Friday, I had not received the annual debt statement. In connection with any kind of bond ordinance, there has to be also a supplemental debt statement that has to be submitted to the local finance board, because you can't come back for a second reading to approve a bond ordinance until the supplemental debt statement is signed off by the local finance board. So we have two problems tonight, and we should admit to it. That as of noon on Wednesday, there was no annual debt statement filed with the city clerk, and there was no supplemental debt statement. And tonight, I would ask that someone tell us what time, if a supplemental debt statement was ever, or an annual debt statement, or a supplemental debt statement was ever delivered to the clerk's office. If it was delivered after noon on Wednesday, that is a reason for you not to consider tonight the bond ordinance, because procedurally it's defective. And I just give you that as a leeway. We'll discuss later on tonight the Tony Galenta, and I have other questions as to that. But please, can I at least have answers to the three questions as to the status of Dwight Mitchell? 2, when the annual debt statement or the supplemental debt statement was delivered to the city clerk's office? And 3, as to which agenda controls this meeting. Is the agenda that was posted on the public website 48 hours prior to the meeting, or is the one that was, the amended one that was posted on today, that was available to the clerk's office, that I might be the only person that's ever saw it prior to that time other than council members? But can I have my remaining time, the answers to those 3 questions?
Mr. Matt, regarding annual debt statement, do you have an answer? No, Chair.
Got it tonight.
I'm sorry. No, Mr. Matt?
The annual,
You're talking to the...
the annual debt statement was submitted to the state either yesterday or today. It was submitted to the clerk's office this afternoon.
Thank you. And you want to know what...
Is that supplemental or just the annual? Because there's 2 different documents where, of course, in connection with this bond ordinance, we need a supplemental debt statement. Was that submitted to the state?
Mr. Mapp, do you want to, can you respond?
There is no obligation to submit a supplemental debt statement to the state at this time.
Thank you.
I disagree. I mean, I could read just as well. I recommend everyone go to the Association of Municipal Clerks in New Jersey. They have a website. They have a thing called the Desk Book. And I tell you what you're suggesting they do, is that when you're doing a bond ordinance, they suggest that you submit the supplemental debt statement at the same time, because it has to be signed by the local finance board. Can I have an answer as to the status of Mr. Mitchell?
Did you ask about the agenda?
No, first I want to, no, that's my 3rd question.
Attorney Wolf, is there a response about Mr. Mitchell?
What I do know is that Mr. Mitchell has filed a claim for accidental disability, and that is being pursued by his attorney.
I'm asking the employer, the department that's responsible for him, that being the city council. That's the only department under our charter and under state law that this group is responsible. Can someone tell me his status? Is he seeking disability or has he retired? Because we're hearing conflicting things.
Councilman Williams?
You just got it, I'm sorry, the attorney just gave you an answer, Mr.
I'm asking, this is your responsibility. He's not your attorney. Remember that? Under the charter, he's the attorney for the mayor. He's not your attorney. Read the administrative code.
Mr. Feld, we're going to have a conversation. You're trying to seek answers. Mr. Wolf is here representing the city. He is the city attorney, and he gave you an answer.
I read the administrative code, I can read.
Okay.
I can read,
Well, let's agree to disagree.
we can agree to disagree. I'm asking the city council president, who's in charge of the city clerk's office, what is the status of the person that's listed as a municipal clerk? When you walk in this building, there's a name that says municipal clerk.
And Mr. Feld, I've yielded to the city attorney. And you.
All right, thank you.
And now, would you like an answer about the agenda?
Yes, I would like an answer as to the agenda.
Ms. Smith?
Yes, sir. We do apologize. We had some, I didn't have time to look at it on Friday. The agenda did go up. I reviewed it over the weekend. I found some errors. And when I brought it to the attention and we made the corrections on Monday, the system was down. We didn't get the system back up until the afternoon, so it could not be posted at that point in time until the corrected one was posted. That is what I know.
With all due respect, because I think you're doing a great job, you and your staff, you're not an attorney. I asked for a legal opinion, especially when referring to Bergen County, to Judge Doyne. I urge caution by this council as to how he interprets the Open Public Meetings Act and Oprah. He says there's no wiggle room when it comes to the Open Public Meetings Act. Be careful. In addition, remember there's an injunction against the city.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Eason, you
Oh, I
wanted to?
just wanted to make a suggestion to the clerk's office. When you print the agendas, where it says a footer, you can put the date and time right there then, so we can distinguish differentiate which is old and which is new. So in the future, going forward,
Yes, ma'am.
you can just put a footer in there, and it will give you date and time that they were printed. So you know which is the most current and which is the oldest.
Okay.
Right.
All right?
Thank you.
William R. Lewis?
Thank you, Council President, members of the Orange City Council. My name is William R. Lewis. I live at 688 Westwood Avenue. And I don't know where to begin. But I spoke recently about this committee process that you set up. And I sat here tonight, and let me tell you, I ran, company committees, parliamentary committees for bodies outside the city. I don't understand what the heck is going on. You have people cross-talking here. We had a committee meeting here. One council member was not present at the other meeting, and they had a lot of input. I don't know where the background comes from, but no input. But you got to get organized. You can't just say, I'm going to have a committee because it says we should have a committee. You have to spell out what the that committee is going to do, and you have to know what it's going to do. You're just floundering all over the place, which makes your meetings last overly long, because anyone who was not at that committee meeting, the Finance Committee meeting, who has some comments to make, should be shut up and put in touch with the chairman of the Finance Committee for another meeting outside of this body. But you're discussing things, the length of a bond, how do a bond ordinance, purchasing and so forth. Tell me who on this council has that kind of doggone experience. That's within the administration. You're meddling in administrative matters, and you don't know what you're doing, and therefore you stumble all over the place. And when you appoint committees, which involve the use of citizens, that's even worse, because you don't even know how to direct them. And they're floundering all over the place and don't have an understanding of what they're supposed to do, nor of what you want. And just because we had a committee in 1992, that doesn't mean that you need a committee in 2014, unless you know what that doggone committee is supposed to do. And I go back to what I said initially on that formation of committee structure. I have a problem, because I don't see that kind of experience around here that you can wall off into a committee 2 or 3 people to handle myriad of issues and problems. And most of them, when I sat on the council, my colleagues agreed that we didn't have enough time and experience to handle issues sitting here in the meeting. You got to go outside, and it's another meeting, a committee meeting outside, where the legal counsel will be present, because most of what you do impacts the law, or is impacted by the law. And when Mr. Fell speaks, and the confusion that exists, I'm telling you, look at ordinance 7 and 8. Because there's some stuff in there that I don't know what you're going to do with it. Does it belong in there? Right or wrong? You have a responsibility. Many of you don't understand that. The responsibility that you completely understand whatever the devil you're voting on, yes or no. And you're voting and you're asking city attorney or legislative research officer for some advice, which may be included in a Jersey statute or in the municipal code, which you can look up right down in the clerk's office. I told you again, you have the public at an advantage there. We have to go to the library to look at the statutes. You just walk into the clerk's office. Let me look at the statute. You have the administrative code in there. That's what you're supposed to know. If you leave this council knowing nothing more than you knew when you came in, you wasted your time on this council, and you really cheated the citizens of Orange. And at $15,000 a year, when the average for the county is $6,600, I keep telling you, you got to give folks a little show. You know, old folks talk about you guys, pretending that you're so much, and you can just imagine the kind of language they use, okay? And sitting up here trying to impress people with your importance and your knowledge and selling a bunch of wolf tickets. Now, if you don't know what a wolf ticket is, go ask a senior citizen, they'll tell you, okay? But a lot of your conversation is about stuff that is not pertinent to moving the program along. And as a result, you stay here longer and longer. I wonder if you have jobs. And if I was retired, and if you kept me here too long, I'm going to question you as to what the heck you're bringing up. But let me wrap up here and sit down, because I want you to think and about what you do in the oath of office that you took. And tell you again, an update. You currently owe the Superior Court of New Jersey $680,000, ticking it off at $1,000 a day as ordered by Judge Chavantier. And you still haven't acted in that direction that I suggested to you since this council, and maybe you ought to do it another way, but off the top of my head, since the council didn't hold up sending that information to the court, then why should the council be punished? And if the citizens had nothing to do with it, then why should they be punished at the rate of $680,000? It was the city attorney who was supposed to monitor that action, and or the accompanying department head. That's what the city attorney's job is. It may not be written, but it's implied. And if you don't know that, that's because you haven't been there before. But the citizens of Orange should not be looking at $680,000 coming out of their pockets. Particularly since as I drive around, particularly in the South Ward, the high price area, I see a bunch of for sale signs. So people are bailing out. People are bailing out New Jersey because the people who are holding elected office don't know what the dickens they're doing. Want to raise the minimum wage, and unemployment is high among blacks and Hispanic teenagers. What the hell do you think is going to happen? Some businessman is going to hire some kid for $10.10 an hour? You got to be kidding. You got to think broadly, and you got to do more than just coming here to these meetings twice a month, and in July and August once a month. You got to read the books. The books are right down there. You don't have to go anyplace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Harry Coley.
Good evening, everyone. Kerry Coley, Hampton Terrace, 53 Hampton Terrace.
Good evening.
I don't know what to say after Mr. Lewis. I just have something real quick. The RPM development behind the post office. I mentioned this several times, maybe to a few of you, and definitely at some other meetings. I think the city needs to maybe slow down the process with this development. I rode past there the other day before they closed, before the post office opened. And we have about 80 plus trucks that park behind the post office. At some point in time, they're not going to have nowhere to park the vehicles. And I'm sure at some point in time, someone in the Postal Service is monitoring this situation. And we know that the Postal Service is having fiscal issues with their operations. And I feel that if the city takes away the parking of those vehicles, at some point in time, our post office will close. And I feel that that is going to happen. And if it does happen, not say if it happens, but when it happens, what plans do we have to take over that property? Have we ever thought about taking over the post office, the property, once the post office leaves?
Well, the post office is on our property, and before I can bring up Joe Bertelli, because he's in active conversation with the post office, but do you have any other questions before, so I can just, so...
Yeah, I have one. Just changing gears slightly here. I was on the city website today because I wanted to get someone's email address to send them an email, and that part of the website is down. It has been down for quite some time. I think you click on contact, and then you go to emails, and it's just been down for quite some time.
I believe that Marty can take note of that, and I can have Marty respond back to you, Mr. Coley, because that has been down for some time, and we'll get an answer to you. He'll get an answer back to you. I'm sure he knows how to contact you. Is there any other questions?
No. I'm just real easy.
Okay, Mr. Portelli, are you at liberty to talk about? Okay, you can come to the mic, please.
Joseph Portelli, RPM Development Group. On the post office, they've been aware of our project for quite some time now, and they have a couple of different options for a temporary and permanent parking solution, and those options are in the process of being approved, and that's all going to be in place for our project to move forward. But I cannot comment on the post office's future. I have no idea what they intend for the Orange Post Office.
Okay, thank you. So basically, the RPM is in conversations with the post office, and they are aware of it, and they've been at the table.
Exactly.
I'm sure of it, but I just want to say that how I feel this whole thing is going to play out at some point in time in the near future, the post office will close.
Yes, Councilwoman Eason.
Eric?
You're not going to speak during council comments? Okay.
No, just to comment on that. That was all started under Valerie Jackson, that post office issue. So all of that was in place prior to this administration.
Right. There were several different...
And the plan as to what they were going to do, and the post office has some questions and some options, but that was all in place.
They've been at the table from the beginning.
They've been at the table through the whole thing.
Thank you, and that was it. Thank you, Mr. Coley. I think the Dillon sign, just because, and I think they're going. Okay, Dillon. 17 Yale Terrace. Is anybody from Yale Terrace here? Bruce Meyer.
Good evening, City Council. Bruce Meyer, Berkeley Avenue. I was going to make a few comments on the bond issue. What I was studying on the bond issue was not the bond issue, because what was posted online was incorrect and something totally different, which brings up continuing problem is that you can't find out what's going on in the city. Comments about the website, the emails being down, it has never been up. If you go onto the website and look at recreation, you can't find out who's in charge of recreation. It says Director of Recreation to be announced. You can go through any of that on the website, and it is an abomination, considering how much money we're paying supposed IT people to put up. It's never been finished. There is no information on there. The few phone numbers that you do have ring through to nothing. So anybody having problems with the website, we really don't have a website, and there's no, in fact, there's no employee list. If you try and get a list of who's employed in this city, you cannot find out. Nobody will tell you. It's a secret who has been hired by the city, who's on the payroll, who's not on the payroll. Not only is it a secret, when that should be, that is one of the things that has to be posted for the public. One of the requirements, one of the things that we said we did, we swore to on best practices and said we had it. We haven't done that. So whenever I want to make comments, I never get to the comments that I want to make, because I just sit here and listen with my jaw to the floor, that hearing some of the things I've heard. Let's take a step back on this, who's employed by the city and who's not employed by the city. Mr. Wolf, please answer yes or no. Is Mr. Mitchell retired? Yes or no?
And certain questions can't be answered yes or no. What I can say, what I can tell you.
And Mr. Myers, you know,
as I
can you...
indicated
let me
before-
get, let me get to the next question.
Mr. Wolf, just a
You will-
second. Mr. Wolf, I'm sorry. Mr. Wolf, just a second. If you, Mr. Meyer, if you can direct a question to me, and then I'll have the person that be most
I will
appropriate.
direct it to you, but you're not answering the question
but-
before,
but-
okay?
but it's
Here is the
most-
question. Yes
I
or no,
appreciate-
is Mr. Mitchell retired?
And I will direct it to Mr. Wolf, but I'm saying all
All right,
questions shall
all
be
right.
directed to the
You're-
chair.
You're
I,
drawing out on technicalities when all we need is a yes and no answer.
Mr.,
Yes or no?
and that question cannot be answered at this time. Your next
You-
question, Mr.
Okay, we're
Meyer.
refusing to answer. Okay, let me ask through you to the city attorney. Here's a general legal question. Can a person be retired and at the same time file for disability?
Mr. Wolf?
No,
Cannot.
cannot.
Okay, well, let's try this a different way. Is Mr. Mitchell still receiving regular salary checks? Through you to the city attorney or to whoever you direct that to, is Mr. Mitchell still receiving regular salary checks? This is public records, public knowledge. I put in an Oprah, I haven't got the answer yet, but that's a simple question.
Mr. Wolf, can that question be answered?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Somebody in this room must know the answer.
Mr. Meyer, let me ask you, have you done an Oprah request on this?
Yes, I have.
And what has been, the response has been? no
It's
response?
within the timeline, but this is public. I shouldn't have to go through an Oprah for this. This is something very simple.
I understand.
We have a somebody in the finance department, somebody's writing checks. Simple question, is Mr. Mitchell receiving regular paychecks? If not, when did they stop? Simple question. Taxpayer, I'm paying salaries.
And
I should get an answer on this.
Mr. Meyer, when you put your Oprah request in, are you within the time frame that you have not gotten the answer?
So you're saying that as
I'm
a
asking you-
person asking, that has nothing to do with Oprah, I'm asking you right
No,
now.
I'm asking you, have you put in an Oprah request?
Yes, I have.
And you just have not gotten a response at this
It
point?
is within the time frame,
Okay.
okay? But I'm asking that as a backup. But why should not a taxpayer coming here asking a city council, and you are responsible for the city clerks. I might add that the city, problem with the city clerk, we've not had a city clerk actually doing the work for several years. And there have been very specific things that needed to be done to monitor that situation, which the city clerk, which city council members have undermined and done various things. The city council is responsible for the situation for the city clerk. And so let me ask this question then. Is there current litigation? Is the situation with Dwight Mitchell currently being litigated?
I believe Mr. Wolf answered that earlier. Mr. Wolf?
Mr. Mitchell does have a pending workers' compensation claim.
And it is your statement that workers' compensation claim means that a person cannot be retired. That is what you said. Am I,
I'm
just for
saying
the record, I'm,
You can be retired and still have pending a workers' compensation claim.
I think that's what I asked before. Are you saying a disability is different from a workers' comp?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
So is there a workman's comp disability litigation with Mr. Mitchell?
Mr. Mitchell has a workers' compensation claim, and he also has applied for accidental disability with the state pension board.
We all know that. Why would that, and that may go on for years, so until that is cleared up, then we cannot replace a city clerk. A city clerk cannot be replaced while they have a claim before the state for benefits.
I'm sorry, Mr. Meyer, your last question was, can we fill a position while the...
Well, according to what I'm being told here, is that we cannot have a city clerk while the city clerk is making a claim on disability.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, but Mr.
I said, can he be retired and be seeking disability? And you said, no, he cannot. So the reverse of that is, if he is seeking disability, then we cannot have a new city clerk until that is taken care of.
I disagree with that logic.
Well, you can't have it both ways. Which way is it?
Mr. Myers, the question that you posed, I've answered. I've answered your question.
You've answered it both ways. And, you know, here's a citizen trying to get a simple question as to
Mr. Meyer, let me just be clear.
who's hired.
But Mr. Meyer, let me just be clear, because you did ask a question about disability and you asked a question about workers' comp. Those are two different things. So if there is further questions, Mr. Wolf has said that he cannot answer you because he does not have the information before him. You do have a Oprah request in, and I believe that you're welcome to go to the law office and ask the question and talk to Dan Smith or Mr. Wolf, whoever's present.
I do not believe that anybody sitting here, you know, in the law department or anything else, does not know the situation of Mr. Mitchell. I do not believe that you do not know the situation of Mr. Mitchell. I question why this is such a big secret and why we can't, the city continues on without a business administrator, without a city clerk, and various other people, and why the employees of the city is a secret, and why there's no way to find out anything going on here without going through legal processes and begging to find out where our tax dollars are going. If you
Meyer,
think that people are upset, they are.
Mr. Meyer, what I will say, we apologize that we can't answer, but you know,
You
personnel...
you will not answer.
Let me just finish. Personnel matters are of a personal nature, and we are governed by how we can answer those questions. But what I will say regarding the BA And I will say that this council has went to an extent to see if the administration chooses not to put a BA in place, can this council take any action? We went all the way to Trenton with that question. The answer we have received from Trenton is that if the mayor chooses not to put a BA in place, he chooses not to put a BA in place, and there's nothing that this council can do anything about. Regarding Mr. Mitchell, let us get an answer for you, and we will have an answer, but because it is a personnel matter, let us deal with it properly so that we can be covered as a city and that we will do it in a proper format.
You're both in that situation, because you're covering for not having a clerk.
Thank you, sir. Ingrid Williams? I'm sorry, before Ms. Williams, I'm sorry, Mr. Vladimir, because I didn't see your name on that side. I apologize. Mr. Vladimir? I apologize, Ms. Williams. He was before you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Fred Vandermeer, for us on file. I got a little problem. I did an open request, which the clerk's office did an excellent job, the right amount of time, what I asked for. I asked for 3 property open requests, 4 COs. Of course, paid for them, got my receipt, got the copies, and it's funny. There's only no CO requests, just 2 permits for signs. Now, these properties I know have, excuse me, tenants in them, and no COs. Now, this is, I guess, for the past 5 years, the present. Tenants been going in and out, there's children there. How do we know the building's safe? I'm sure the town needs money through permits. What's going on? I spoke to Marty May several times. Nothing. No answer. I'll get back to you. Excuse me, set up a meeting? Nothing. So I'd like to know what's going on.
Mr. Mays, any updates that you can give as of now?
Yeah, I don't have any updates now. There's something that I'm looking into. I'm gonna have to get back to him.
But excuse me, Council President, this was an ongoing thing. I don't think I should wait time after time, day by day. This thing should be resolved. All it is a matter of getting the parties together. Hey, come on in. Let's have a meeting. Done, finished. We discuss what we have to discuss and get things done. I feel someone's not doing their job. I work for the city. They held me liable. These people work for the city. I'm holding them liable.
Yes, sir. And the open requests are in the...
I got them right here. I asked for an open request.
You got the open...
And there was for 3 properties. It was 154, 150, and 139. I know tenants been moving in and out of there. Never seen nothing wrong. I know I own properties in Orange. When I rented my properties, I had to go for COs. So what's going on here? Someone's not doing their job, and I'm going to hold that, who's ever in charge of it, and we'll hold them liable. Because it's not fair. I'm sure the town needs money.
Right.
Town's in distress. Oh, and by the way, the American flag outside, I don't know if anyone noticed, for over 4 weeks, it's flying upside down. That should be the thing that people walk in, hey, something's wrong with the flag. Does anybody even look around them either? What's going on here? It must be showing the city's really in distress.
Mr. Mays, when will you be able to get back to Mr. Vandermeer? And is there a reason for the holdup?
By the end of this week, I'll be able to get back to him.
Is that the end of this week or the end of next week?
End of this week.
At what time?
Anytime on Friday.
Could it be by 2 o'clock instead of a meeting?
Sure.
I want to have a meeting with all the parties involved, and I want that meeting so I can schedule to have a meeting. I'm going to hold you liable to that. Like everybody holds me liable, I'm going to hold you liable to that. And the council heard it, and it's on record. By Friday, 2 o'clock, I want a date.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vandermeer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ingrid Williams?
Hi, Ingrid Williams, 765 Valley Street. Wanted to ask about the budget. I haven't been notified of anything coming through for it, either through the budget committee or just on any of the agendas, so I wanted to see if there was an update on that. I also, just some food for thought for the bond ordinance. I understand that we need things in the city. I definitely want to make sure that if my residence happens to have a fire, there's an emergency, that the equipment that comes to help us is adequate. So I do feel like we need it, but again, please just do your due diligence when you're adopting it. Make sure that everything is there. I totally agree with Ms. Eason with making sure everything is in it before you pass it, with the backup and making sure all those steps. I know accountability is something here that we want from the administration, so I just want to make sure that before adopting it as the council, you make sure that that starts from step one, which is whatever backup they need to have, whatever processes they need to go through before it's approved, just make sure that's done. I also wanted to talk about the tax exemptions. Please, we're here every day, we're bonding, we're saying we don't have money for the things that we need just to operate daily on the city. I would just ask you to really, 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 really look closely at the abatements that come through the desk to make sure that they're necessary. Each time you approve one, it's less money that's coming into the pot. So we just can't have people pillaging. Like, I feel like the days of pillaging should be done. If you're gonna build here, you need to pay here. And I just, really, 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 I've seen it in a lot of places, and it's usually in the urban communities, and I'm a bit over it, so I'm just asking you, as you see them, just do the due diligence, hold the people accountable. If they want to build on the land, please make them pay for it. And I just had, Marty left, but I wanted to say that the light on Valley and Tremont was out. No traffic light there. There's a stop sign there. There was no traffic light. I called Public Works, and they were out in the afternoon. So I know everyone, Marty gets the hot seat over there. So just wanted to give him some kudos for making sure that there was people there timely to make sure that the situation was a dangerous one, and that before there was a wreck or accident, that it was handled.
So it's rectified, Valley?
Yes, it was. It took a few days to, I guess, fix the light problems, but it is functioning now. And in the interim, there were cops out there, so kudos to the police department, too. There were cops out there to direct the traffic, and they also put up some makeshift stop signs so that the flow of traffic, it wouldn't just be, people going randomly. And that's it. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Status of the budget, Mr. Matt?
I am pleased to say to you that the Finance Department delivered to the clerk's office this evening at approximately 6:03 p.m. a copy of the budget that we will hope you introduce at the next meeting of April the 15th. I'm also pleased to say that from what I have been told, this is the earliest budget that you would have received in recent memory. And in spite of the fact, let me be factual, the date for introduction was March the 14th. It's 2 weeks after the date for introduction. And so you can go back, you can check the records, but I'm very pleased to know that the administration has given you a budget that you can now peruse after it's introduced on the 15th of this month.
Thank you. So the status of the council has it, and I'm sure it will be distributed to the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee soon.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, one more thing.
Just one thing, I should add that it is not official until you approve it by way of introduction. So it's really not available to the public.
Caitlin Gordon.
Good evening, Kathleen Gordon, 211 Park Place. Agenda items. One new item in the new bond ordinance is a $250,000 aimed for the demolition of the old water pump station in Milburn. 6 weeks ago, the county executive spoke here of his interest of purchasing the city property called Campbell's Pond in Milburn. He said he would tear down the pump station and refurbish the bridge leading to it. Now suddenly the pump station demolition expense is an item on the bond ordinance. I have spoken in the past about the fact that the previous bond ordinance was a thinly veiled attempt by the administration to raise the city taxes above the 2% increase cap that is legally allowed for the city to implement. Putting the expenses into bonds because they are legally exempt from the cap law. The same goes for the current modified bond ordinance. A simple alternative would be the establishment of an obligatory capital expense fund, which would create interest instead of obligate us to pay interest. Along that line, I applied to Councilwoman Gunn Butler's request of a plan, so not everything is purchased at the same time, not everything runs down at the same time, but being purchased sequentially and within the cap. It is not that I disagree of the importance of the purchase of this equipments. It is about the means of buying them. Both the administration and the council should look a little bit ahead of time and recognize that access to good quality drinking water is one of the highest priority of the city today, and it will more than remain so. You should keep in mind that our wells within the city are nearly shut down because the area is a federal Superfund site. We have our wells in Milburn to take over the slack. You and the residents should know that during last fall's drought, these wells' water levels went dangerously low as well. I received the measurements from the Orange Water Company. We cannot take this issue too lightly. Although the old pump station is run down, it is a fantastically sturdy building. To rebuild it would cost in the 10 millions range, I would guess. You never know if and when we might need to return to some use of the facility in the future. Always need to have a plan B. The reservoir is still ours. Don't accept the ordinance in general, but in particular, absolutely not with that item in it. As far as general items, the water rate increase summary is now on the city's website under the transparency headline. On the basis of the information provided, no water rate increase would be implemented. If no water increase would be implemented, at the end of 5 years, there would be a $3 million deficit. Equally distributed, the need to balance the deficit would be a yearly $600,000 revenue increase. That translates to a 12% water rate increase. Please explain why the 17% increase. That's a nearly 50% extra increase. Last week, the council approved a $1.2 million state loan application for a contract job done 5 years ago, but gone unpaid. This job was done years late, and the contract job, and the bill was not for the, and this bill was not for the work that has been duly paid, but for the company's real and perceived losses while not doing the work. Mr. Mays explained that the bill has not been paid because it was viewed as controversial by the previous city engineer. The current city engineer's statement that this still is a controversial bill was attached to your to your resolution. He recommended negotiations with the company and 50% of the bill as fair payment. Birdsall Services, the consulting company that was hired to oversee water-related work and bills, also recommended to pay half of the requested bill, providing clear reasons. The council had no questions in that respect and voted to affirmatively to apply the full $1 million loan. I find it this ease of approving big loan applications with such lack of investigation for the worthiness of the expense very disturbing, and I hope that the public is paying attention. When two city engineers and the engineering company hired to oversee the work recommends partial payment, I don't see on what basis this council can ignore them. There are people here who carefully read the agenda material just as you do. You often come obviously unprepared. I have asked the council a number of times to give a direct answer as to what you know about particular agenda facts that you are voting on immediately. Without fail, a member of the administration is called on such occasions to provide the answer. You should know the facts of the issues you are voting on. The only obvious point of interest is how soon you can cut off the public speaker who tries to bring up important points. The recurring mantra at every council meeting is how short you can make the meeting. You are not, just remember that you are not elected by the residents to make your decisions in the shortest time, but to make them in the best interest of the taxpaying residents. As just the previous example shows, you are clearly not doing enough. And I have an extra question that just came up for the payroll vendor. Doesn't Edmund System provide the payroll capacities? So there are two questions really to be answered. Thank you.
You said, does Edmund Systems provide? No, payroll is currently done by ADP.
I understand. I asked if the Edmund System provides capability of us doing the payroll.
And for us to do it in-house?
Yes, in-house.
Wait till Mr. Matt comes back. What was your first question? I'm sorry, Ms. Gordon.
It was about explain why the 17% increase as opposed to the 12% that comes out of the numbers that you provided.
The 17% for?
17% for voter rate increase as opposed to 12% that comes out from the numbers. About the 50% on the top of the necessary increase.
Mr. Mobley?
Good evening, Municipal Council. Chris Mobley, Parking and Water Liaison. We hired Dieter Lurch's firm to do the report. He did recommend the 17% increase to be able to address the shortfall that we've experienced over the 5-year period. I would have to go back and consult with him and take a look at that myself to see what Ms. Gordon is talking about. And I would be more than happy to do that this week.
Ms. Gordon, have you had the opportunity to call Mr. Mobley's office and speak to him regarding the report?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yes, I have. I have the report. I review the short answer of it is on the city website now. It shows very clearly that it is about if the rate stays the payment rate stays about 4 million, then in 5 years, $3 million we will be behind with $3 million. You do the math, that comes out at 12% increase. I don't know where it says 17 on that report. I did not see that. Maybe it does, but if it does, that's way above the necessary. And my question is also why do I have to ask such questions, and why you not asked the same question?
Ms. Gordon, regarding the water infrastructure, the increase, there have been several meetings, and even going back to the $1.2 million unpaid loan that we agreed to pay. There were several questions, there were several meetings, and I believe you were out when the meeting started because you had hurt your ankle, but there were several discussions as to why this was unpaid, and there was a lot of back and forth with the council of the necessity to pay this, how did we get here, and after the interaction with the council, the fact-finding, the council found it necessary that we must pay that bill, going back to the $1.2 million, because it was something that had been lingering on and unpaid and possibly heading down the road of litigation. Regarding the increase, there was a presentation. We did go back and forth and ask questions, and if I have to summarize it, there has not been, as Councilwoman Gordon Butler just mentioned, a plan going forward. So everything has been in a status quo, and it has not been able to sustain the infrastructure. And when things break down, perhaps a lot of things were ignored, or we're not looking of how to improve our whole water infrastructure going forward with a long-term plan, and that's what we're trying to get in place right now.
Council President, all these improvements are already incorporated in the request. All the extra bonds that are going to be taken up for improvement are all part of this calculation of $3 million loss. So, the question stands why if you calculate it, it seems to be 12% need, and the request, you approved 17%. The 12% already includes those improvements.
We'll get back to you on that, Ms. Gordon. And regarding the Edmunds system, I don't know if it has a payroll. Edmunds system, you can add on a lot of different functions to it, and you would have to pay for it. I think doing it in-house, we had opted not to do it in-house previously because it wasn't efficient, and there were a lot of it just wasn't a cost-efficient thing to do. But the new system that we are contemplating does interface with Edmunds system.
Well, the question is, do we need an interfacing new system rather than having the Edmunds system do it?
Rather than having a person in-house doing it?
That was the question, yes.
I will, when Mr. Mapp get back, I will have him come. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you come back. Mr. Mapp, I know we used to do the payroll in-house, and we had to overcome some, it just didn't prove to be efficient. So would it be better to do it now going forward in-house or to outsource it?
It would not be an efficient or an effective means of doing payroll services. And to the question about whether or not it can be done in Edmunds, Edmunds is a financial reporting system that does not allow for the processing of payroll. And we have a desire to have a system that is automated and that would bring us improvements that we are not currently getting with the service that we have. So no to the question about Edmonds.
So the answer is not that Edmonds has it but not efficient, but Edmonds doesn't have it, and therefore we need another one, an outside one. Is that correct? Did I understand it correctly?
Yes. Ms. Stewart, Gloria?
Good evening, Gloria Stewart,
Good evening.
a resident of Orange. I am so outsourced myself. But I want to start off first on a positive note. But one thing is, if Ms. Gordon is explaining to you about numbers, I believe you can almost take it to the bank. Remember a few years ago when Jack Kelly, it was brought out, it was $2 million short at taxpayer because of her urging you to look into. So don't take it lightly, and that's just food for thought. Now, I want to say, as I came into the building, I was impressed with the walls, with the displays of the various colleges. I think that was awesome. Then I want to just say, and I don't know how many of you attended the history bee last night. I understand, I wasn't there because I had another meeting in Trenton, but I understand that it was awesome. So I hope that some of you got an opportunity to go and see what our students do, witness their educational participation. And I'm a little biased because those are some of the things that my daughter come up with as it relates to the Orange School District. And so in that respect, I'm proud. So I just wanted to get that in. I want to say, in the beginning you spoke on, and I'm all over, that we're all connected in some way. And it drove home a point today. I was working with a sub, who's related to our police director. So again, like you say, you never know. And then as I came in, one of the teachers was part of, that I worked with, was part of the presentation, that family, the Dillon family. So I'm saying it's a small world. You never know. We're connected. I just wanted to get that in. Going back to the RPM situation, I think it's one of your resolutions in terms of the giving them an abatement. I'm against that. If they can't pay the price full like we do, we don't have that option. Don't allow them to do it, because first of all, they're going to be making monies from these projects. And I'm also reminded of several months ago when one company came before you asking for an extension of a rebate because the deadline was running out. I think it had something to do with Oakwood Avenue Towers, one of them. You remember that? They were asking for an extension of a rebate. So we need to keep that in mind. Might not be here 30 years from now, but think about the burden you're leaving on our young people who are coming up. And then I want to also say, I believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And I said that because I know you were kind of sort of, I don't know, beat up on, and I felt a little, I don't know, it didn't make me feel comfortable, because when we have people coming, you come as you are, you work, you're here for us, representing us. So I just want to say that's my take on it, and we're not, say when you get here, not rocket scientists, but you're willing to learn. You keep an open mind. So it doesn't mean that you have to be the smartest, but you can have that wisdom, that desire to help each other, that caring. Then I want to go on, and this is for my councilperson Marable. When you asked about committee reports, and there was none for the library, I was sort of taken back. I felt kind of bad. And then it made me think in my mind, I hope that you're not dropping the ball because you're no longer interested in where you are, that you understand you're not seeking re-election. I would expect that you would go out with the bang and at least tell us, about the library, some kind of report. We've had some difficult times with that, and I would have thought that you would have had a good some sort of report on the library. And then while I'm in that same vein, there's so much happening, I looked at the football field and I go, wow, it's really beautiful. Over on Central Avenue, the baseball, baseball, football, the field, it is, it is something to behold. And I was a little upset, and I always said that, do the ends justify the means in terms of how it got to be? I don't know, but it is a sight to behold. So as long as I've been in Orange, that's one of it's just beautiful, and I just wanted to add that. Then I'm going to the mayor, who needs to be sitting there, I think, and especially since we don't have a BA. And food for thought, you said that you had gone the length to find out if you could replace. Now remember, you're the one who didn't accept his recommendation. So since the mayor isn't here, and I'm going to talk to him through the camera, and I'm hoping he's looking at it or will look at it, that you, the council, and the mayor could come together with some resolve and take the weight off of my Marty. And I say that because he has so much to do. And I don't want anything to come back on him. Well, Marty sat in that seat. So my food for thought is, since you can't hire anyone else, why not give the mayor his opportunity to put his BA there, and then you hold him accountable for whatever takes place. You need BA in that seat. And I'm not taking anything from my Marty. He has so many other things to do, and I just want to put that out there. Don't do that. And I know that's not your doing, but it's the mayor. And I know, he will hear me. So I'm asking that you all will have a compromise and put somebody, a BA, in that seat. Then I'm going to go to your financial officer. You know, I've been coming a long time. And I remember when Jack Kelly was here, he was here every night, council meeting, and he could answer your question. And I'm not saying it was always to my liking, because we sort of, had some disagreement. But we need somebody who can do that. Now, I understand that Mr. Mapp is your
Director of Finance.
Director of Finance, and then, but you have somebody, a financial officer, right? Two different people. So the other person should be here, especially if they are a team, to answer all the questions that come up. We're going to work for Mr. Mapp. I won't say, to frazzles, but we need to do that. So if the two of them here complimenting each other, then we should get some straight answers. And one of the things I said again, transparency and accountability. And we need to do that. And then that goes all the way back to, I'm going to hit you RPM again. They don't need to keep coming to you asking you for parking or extension. Get it right the first time, is what I say. To me, I believe they know exactly what they're doing. Go to Orange City Council, they're going to give us what we want, an extension. And that's what you do. You do exactly what they expect of you. You do exactly that. And that's just my belief, my opinion. And I think we need to curtail that sometime. And I want to go to the roads. They are terrible. And like it was said, especially under the underpass, you don't know, because there's no light under the underpass, until you hit those holes. And then going back to the street over here where they are building, they need to block that road off totally. They don't even put the cones there to let you know that you're going to hit a hole. And if you're not familiar with the area, God help your car. So this is just, again, food for thought. We're talking about our residents here in Orange. We go through enough as it is. And you know, Madam President, Chairperson, I believe that, you know, you genuinely care. Because I see you out there. We were in the post office on Saturday. And she was really helping the residents because it was a bad situation with the crowdedness. And I say, that's what they do to the residents of Orange. Give us anything and expect us to accept it. And then if that property is yours, you should keep it. We need to stop giving away our resources. You know, you say that's the city's property, but RPM can come in and say, we want a piece of this or we want a... No, this is your property. Keep it, because we let the reservoir sort of get away. And that's money we could have been using more than whatever they were giving us. So again, this is just food for thought. And this is from little old me, you know, and as somebody, I don't have that engineering degree, but I thank God for common sense. I really do. And I just pray and appreciate him giving me the strength to come up here. It's really a lot, and it's taking a toll because I want to see some change, positive change, like the field. I don't want to say the wrong field, but the field in Orange is, like I said, a sight to behold. So, now.
Ms. Stewart, just to RPM's defense, the extension, the slowing up, whatever happened with RPM, it was not RPM. The state came in and they changed the scope of their plans, and that's what they had to bring back before us because they thought that it was something as simple as, I believe, too close to the tracks. And for safety reasons, they changed the scope of it. We're not giving anything. The lease, the reservoir is still City of Orange, and the property is to RPM. It was part of an agreement, so we're not giving anything away. And we're looking at doing things for its highest and best use. The CFO, she has normally been here, but she's been out because she has scheduled appointments on Tuesday, and that's why Mr. Mapp is here. But I don't know how long the meetings are going, her scheduled appointments are going on, but she was able in the previously to schedule appointments around Tuesday, but she has a very urgent appointment that she needs to be back, and she did make us aware that she needs to be there. And
understand that. Jack Kelly was here every meeting. Jack Kelly, sold Jack Kelly every meeting.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And when we have the public portion regarding RPM, there'll be more discussion on it at that point.
Okay.
And we hear what you're saying regarding the VA. Ms. Stewart, if you only knew, this council has been bent over backwards and done backflips and whatever to try to be in terms of the BA position. And I will even say, look at it from this perspective. I believe there are 10 directors, maybe 10 or 11 directors. Mayor was elected in May, sworn in on July 1st, 2012, 90 days or soon, or within 90 days of that appointment. If he put 12 directors up before us, he got 11 approvals, and it was just not one. And that's how our government works, is advice and consent. And so for the one, for the advice and consent, for what you don't get, you go back and you put another person up. And unfortunately, there has not been another person put back up. And this council, and there is another opportunity when there is another option. When you do not have a BA, the League of Municipalities has an organization called the Municipal Management Association, which is a group of BAs that have been in the state of New Jersey, and you can use that organization so you don't commit yourself to a BA until you find a BA, and that option has been put forth as well, and it has not been chosen. So this council works very hard, although everything is not published about how we work. I'm sure collectively, we've talked to the mayor, individually, we talked to the mayor in terms of the need for a BA, and you've heard we said we needed a BA, but when we're selecting somebody, we just want to make sure it's a person that can, because the BA ultimately is the top administrator for the town, so we would want somebody that best represents the city of Orange, and so.
Now, you have your legislative research person who's supposed to be knowledgeable
Right.
in all aspects. You have an attorney who sits there, and I said always, if I were reincarnated, I'd come back as an attorney. But I want to say, and don't laugh at me when what I'm going to say. Given the fact that you've done all of this, and you don't have a BA, allow the one that you had to sit there. This is just food for thought. Let it run its course and work it from there, because at this point, you're not accomplishing much by overworking minority. So I just want to say, just food for thought. Let the mayor have his way in terms of the BA, because we solely need one, and let it run its course. And sometimes you can let them trip themselves up. And I thank you for your patience.
Yes. Thank you.
All of you.
Council President, right here. I just want to comment on the baseball field. Ms. Stewart, you're absolutely right. It is a multi-purpose field. It's a 60-yard football field for the recreation to practice, and also it is the only regulation-sized baseball field in the city of Orange. That's why the high school could play there. I just want to make everybody aware that there is a ribbon-cutting ceremony on Thursday at 3 p.m. It's a short program. It's only 30 minutes, but if you want to come and walk on the field and check it out, it is a first-class facility, and it's going to be really nice for the kids of Orange to enjoy.
They deserve it. They deserve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Mercy Wilson?
Good evening.
Good evening.
These meetings are really, really long. It's horrible to service to taxpayers. My first comment is about the Tony Galento ordinance, because
Ms. Wilson, I didn't, go ahead.
I'm sorry, about Tony Galento.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I really think we need to hold off and take a break on that one, because that has changed so many times that it's confusing as to what they're projecting, what's going to be there, what it is. I've seen 3 or 4 presentations myself. I don't know what it is anymore. And as a taxpayer, all these tax abatements have really got to stop. I want to see fiscal impact, I want to see traffic impact, I want to see schools impact. I mean, the Facilities Committee has not seen this, discussed this, or the school board. And quite frankly, I mean, when I read in the paper about South Orange's redevelopment, they got $7 million for a piece of land. What are we getting? Sounds like we're just giving away land and giving tax abatements. I mean, where's our $7 million? So, you know, I think you need to exhale on that one, and don't be in such a hurry to do something that it ends up burning the city. And now I'm going to move on to some other items. I've heard a lot comment today, this evening, about this topic. Taxpayers have the right to know. Stop pussyfooting about the clerk. Who do we have? What do? We have not had a duly authorized show up and be present on the job city clerk in about 4 years. And taxpayers deserve better than that. This town needs a full-time city clerk. We have someone who's been in the role, who's prepared, qualified. Let's get moving and do what we have to do to just put something to bed. I mean, this has just gone on too long. We can't have this going for another 12 years, for crying out loud. Also, we need to get, there was talk at the last meeting that I attended, it was over a month ago because I've been ill, And there were supposedly some subpoenas issued so that we could get financial statements and so forth. I don't know where that is. Miraculously, now we suddenly have a budget and some kind of a debt statement, but we need to know what our formal debt is, outstanding debt is as of the end of 2013, and how many more unpaid bills are lurking in the background. I mean, that is really distressing to come to these meetings and hear, oh, there's something else that didn't get paid. And I don't care whether it was on this administration's watch or the previous administration. I don't care where the bill came from. We as taxpayers need to know, and you as a council need to know. This leads to this bond ordinance. Yeah, I very much understand that we need equipment. This has been put off for quite some time. We need a lot of things in this town. That's not, I don't think anybody really would argue that. However, it's not Christmas time. You can't just keep adding stuff, because you want this goodie, that goodie, the other goodie. We've needed to see capital expense plans, capital budget plan, a rolling 5-year plan. The only time in the 14 years that I've been coming here that I ever saw anything like that, about 4 years ago, Arlene Kemp produced something. She said, well, just on an ABC rating, this is what I'm going to need in the next couple of years. And that is what we need to see for the fire department, the police department, Public Works, and if there are structural things that are required, we should see that for structures, whether it's this building or the library or any other publicly funded building. A capital expense plan, because yes, we do need these things. We do need equipment. We do need some structural improvement. I get it. Everybody understands that. But the same way that you wouldn't, or I certainly hope you wouldn't, take out a loan to buy a big capital improvement such as a car without knowing how much money you have or how many other bills you have to pay, you shouldn't do that with the town either. We need to know what's outstanding, what's unpaid. We need to know what's coming, because you don't have to bond for everything right now. You can do that for some things, and then a few years later you bond for some more. Now, one, that smooths the impact to the taxpayers. Two, if you bond and try to buy everything right now, what if in 6 months or a year from now, grants become available for this stuff? No, you've already socked the taxpayers with the expense, and you could have got it for free. So if you take it in a staggered way, all right, and you do your ABC and your rolling 5-year plan, then you have the option, okay, we're going to get some things this year, wait and see if there are grants. The whole East Coast was battered. Maybe there'll be some grants for road repair, something federal. Let's just take a staggered approach to it, all right, so that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot. And again, the taxpayers have to pay for it. Yes, we want equipment, we want our streets paid, we understand it, but we don't want to pay $25,000, $30,000 a year in taxes either. We also need to look at the budget that just got introduced, just was provided at the 11th hour, okay? That combined with the new total assessed value, okay? And anything else that should come out in these budget hearings, all right, that will tell us how we stagger these purchases and what we can do so that we can, in 5 years' time, we can get what we need. I also agree, somebody stole my thunder, I don't remember which person it was at this point, that we should be saving for some of these things. Okay, if we put $50,000 into a capital reserve fund every year, over a certain period of time, we could buy the fire engine. We wouldn't have to loan for it. We wouldn't have to bond for it. Or we could buy the HVAC system for the building, whatever. But we need to be more studied about it. Because remember, we, the people who elected you, we have to pay for this. So we need a plan. Let's do that first. Let's relax on this redevelopment so that we know what we're getting and stop giving it away in tax abatements. Let's do that and take care of the taxpayers.
Mr. Mapp, I just want to, for the sake of the listener, for our constituents, what will happen? I think the original amount of the bond was $9 million, and let's say $2 million of it was to be utilized for streets. What would happen if grants were to come available for streets? And could we just offset that money and use it for something to help? What would happen in that case?
If, and by the way, the original amount of the bond was $7 million. $7 million in October of 2012, $9 million in the last few months. If grants were to come in at any time for the purpose of street repair,
Or any item?
for anything, those grants would be used for the purpose for which they were intended, and you could choose to do, let's assume the grants are for streets. You could choose to do more streets. You can choose to amend the capital ordinance to redirect some of those funds to another use. So there are options that the governing body would have. Anything you have in a capital ordinance, you could amend that ordinance and repurpose those funds. But I would imagine that if you had an ordinance for, let's assume, $3 million for roads, and you got $1 million worth of grants after the fact, you could do $4 million of roads as opposed to the $3 million. So it's up to the governing body.
Or you can do $2 million?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Motion to close citizen comments? Moved by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Vaughn Butler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Citizen comments are closed at 10:17. Just a second. We're going to, Maggie is going to, Ms. O'Meara is going to sit in as the acting deputy clerk. As you probably been hearing, Deputy Clerk Smith has not been feeling good, so she's going to be excused with her tissues to go home.
Council President, before she leaves, I did have a question I want to ask during council comments. If I could just ask my question, if that's okay with you?
Well, let me let you go first. Council comments, Councilman Marvel.
Okay. Mr. Mapp indicated that we had received a budget and several other items. I'm assuming that's what I got and we all got here at our desk tonight. What we normally think of in terms of a budget binder, though, do you have that as well?
No, sir.
Okay. That was my question. Feel better.
Thank you, sir.
Should I just continue?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, Mr. Mapp suggested that we were receiving this budget much earlier than we usually do. I'm sure we all are aware that we switched over from a fiscal year to a calendar year just within the last several years. So I don't know whether it's a comparison of apples to oranges. In my mind, it's a question of being late, later, or latest. We can't trumpet the budget being earlier than in the past if it's still late, and it's still late. And it sounds like we don't even have everything that we anticipate. I asked specifically about the portion of the budget binder that we normally get because it includes, amongst other things, issues related to salary and wages. And that has been a topic of discussion at these meetings for months now, that we're asking for data and information regarding salary and wages and being promised and being promised and being promised. Has anyone gotten anything? I have not gotten it. There was a specific period of time, Mr. Mapp and I discussed at the last meeting, he asked me to be clear as to what I wanted in terms of the time frame of salary and wages, and I never got anything. He indicated at the last meeting that the mayor had given his approval finally for him to release information regarding the distribution of Sandy funds. Has anyone received that? I have not.
Ms. O'Meara, did we receive any of those reports from Mr. Matt regarding the Sandy funds and/or salaries to the clerk's office? No. Mr. Matt, the status?
The information was sent to the clerk's office. One of the good things about email is that it's a permanent record.
Okay, so you've emailed it to, did you email it when you just sent the last reports? Were they a part of that email?
No, I sent it prior to that, actually.
Okay. And did you send it to the clerk for distribution, or you send it to all the council members?
I sent it to the clerk for distribution.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Councilman Maryland,
Take the button again and send it to all council members.
Okay, well, it sounds like the deputy clerk is not going to be in tomorrow. I'm not going to trouble her with it, but when she is feeling well and back, I will follow up with her. Finally, I did want to just give a brief response to Ms. Stewart, who mentioned my failure to report anything regarding the library committee. There is no library committee. To be entirely accurate, I am the liaison to the library, but there is no established committee as some of the other committees are formed. I guess I always find it unusual when you ask for a report because there is no committee. But I will tell you, Ms. Stewart, being the liaison to the library has been a challenging and interesting endeavor. There is, unlike other entities within the city, a fight over how information should be released by them, what's the proper way to request it and get it. You never get it, but there's a fight over it. I've mentioned before, there's an unwillingness, or has been historically an unwillingness to keep minutes, which means there's no historical perspective of it. They've acknowledged before this council the failure to use an accountant and to use some creative ways to keep their books. There's been a revolving door of leadership there. I've requested things from them and gotten a response, quote unquote, on the advice of our counsel, not C-O-N-C-I-L, C-O-N-S-E-L, their attorney, that they are not going to respond. It's been a very challenging relationship, if you will. So I hope it doesn't surprise you if there's nothing to report. I think that's the way they prefer it. But you said something that I do want to comment on, this notion of going out with a bang. I have no intention of going out with a bang. I have the intention of doing what I think I have done for 8 years, to the like of some and the dislike of others. One of the most significant things on my agenda for the next 3 months is, of course, the budget. And we just talked about that. I've always taken some pride in my desire and willingness and ability to tackle the budget. Unless someone disagrees with me, please speak up. During last year's budget process, I was the only council member that scrutinized the budget meticulously and provided a report to every council member detailing my recommendations regarding specific cuts and the like. I'm not saying that to put anyone else down. I'm just saying that for me, that's a big thing to do. It's an important function of what we do. I don't consider that going out with a bang or making a bang. It's just part of what I will be doing the next few months. So if I don't have anything to say about the library, you have to forgive me. It's a difficult relationship to be in, but I will continue to do my job. Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Butler.
Council President, I just wanted to mention 2 quick things. I want to ask on the record again, are there, and I guess this is for Mr. Mapp, are there any more undisclosed debt items that we might have that we need to know about?
Undisclosed debt items.
Yes, anything that we need to know about prior to going into the budget season?
Not that I'm aware of. You do have a copy of the annual debt statement, which was filed with the state. So I am not aware of any items that I ought to be making you aware of. Everything I know in terms of our debt, you do know. Now, if something comes up tomorrow or the next day that I'm not aware of, I can't control that. But what I know about our debt, this governing body knows.
Okay. My next question is also for Mr. Council President, and that is my biweekly question about the corrective action plan. Are there any, I guess, systems that have been in place? Is there any update with measurable or quantifiable results that you can share with us?
There is nothing I can share with you about the corrective action plan other than to say to you that there was a plan that was presented to the governing body, and there will be based on the 2012 audit, there will be a plan that will be put together by the administration upon the completion of the audit of 2013.
Okay, so let me just say this. I guess the issue that I had with the last corrective action plan that was submitted was that it lacked specificity for me. I wanted more information with regards to actionable items, such as systems that you would be putting in place to ensure that those occurrences or incidents would not occur again. So can you describe some of the systems, maybe like the top three issues that we've had and the systems that you've put in place to remediate those items?
There's no assurance that I can give to you or to any member of this governing body that anything wouldn't ever happen again. I can't give you that assurance.
Well, I hope that 27th pay won't happen.
Excuse me?
The 27th pay?
The 27th pay, I would hope that that would not happen again, but that is an oddity that happens every 10, 11 or so years. So it just happened in 2010, so I don't think it's around the corner anytime soon. But one way to address that would be to go to a bi-monthly pay, and it would never happen again. But that's something that would have to be discussed and negotiated with the collective bargaining units as well. But in terms of the general things that came out by way of the audit of 2012 and the corrective action plan that followed, we basically follow the guidelines of the state, what's required. And that's pretty much what we presented to the governing body. And you should also know that when a corrective action plan is presented to the governing body, you don't have to agree with the plan, but you have an obligation really to by resolution, accept that plan. It doesn't mean that you agree with the plan. It is similar to the audit report. You normally have to sign an affidavit indicating that you have at least received and read the report. Doesn't mean that you agree with that report. So when you look at a corrective action plan, I don't think that you should think that you have to agree with that plan, but you ought to have adopted that correction action plan.
Council President, actually, I think that is, well, I'll just reiterate my comments from earlier in the meeting with regards to a plan of action, with regards to the bond ordinance. I want to make sure that we have some kind of plan of action, or if you can articulate that to the administration, because going forward, we need to do that in a coordinated effort.
I can tell you that in terms of a plan, in the budget every year, there is a plan. It's known as the capital plan, and it's in the budget that shows the items that the respective departments have requested. And there is a plan. That's a part of the required a part of the legal line item budget that the state requires. So when you see your budget, the budget that you've been given, you will see that there is a plan in the back of that budget. There was a plan in the previous year's budget and in the previous year's budget. And so there's a plan.
Mr. Mayor, you can just pause for a second and Councilwoman Butler, could I have a motion to extend the meeting?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett. Your second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Marable. Roll call, Councilman Abdul Rashid.
Not in favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. What's that, Councilman Marable?
Not yet, yes.
Yeah, Councilman Marable, Councilman Williams. Yes. Motion carries, I'm sorry.
No, that was my last comment.
That was your last comment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Abdul Rashid,
No comments.
Councilman Corbett.
Yesterday, I was able to attend the History Bee at Lincoln Avenue School, and it was absolutely excellent. Our students are really, they don't get enough credit for their smarts, their intelligence. You know, we're too busy bashing them over the negative things that happen. And that's why I continue to suggest to our Board of Education president that if sometime in the near future, she or someone from that board could come and share some of the positive things that are going on in our school district, so that the people who are watching will know that we do have a decent school district, and they are worthy to be recognized for the positive things that they do, and hopefully overshadow some of that negative stuff that continues to surface throughout this town and throughout this county. The baseball field, it is in one of the best things in this city right now. And I have been asked by someone, why is it that the new baseball field isn't compatible to our softball team?
The new baseball field is compatible for softball. There's certain, I forgot the correct term, but now this field is going to be able to use for softball. It's certain marks in the field that indicate. And the big thing, I know the Board of Education was happy because girls softball plays in Orange Park. They will no longer have to do that.
Thank you for clarifying. Now I can take back the right information. I'm very interested also in knowing what our master plan is. I haven't seen one in quite a while, and I'm really interested to know. And would you know anything about that, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, we are. Something that Councilwoman Williams has been talking to me about. We are going to take our master plan on the road, and we hope to have some meetings probably sometime in May, probably June, where we're going to go to each ward and talk about the master plan and various other aspects of it.
Great. Okay. And I think the last thing is that on March 31st, I know I received an email, and I would hope that the entire council also received it, from Mr. Bruce Myers requesting that one of us on the council request a specific amount that the city has spent so far in litigation and other awards. Has anyone responded to Mr. Myers with that email?
We're going to have a quarterly matters for discussion, and that should be coming up in April, Councilman Merrill. Like they did it, I believe, in January. They'll be doing one coming up. And they'll be discussing all outstanding, pending, and all litigation.
All right, thank you.
I mean, Councilman Corbett, sorry.
You didn't get one? No. All right. All right, thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Easton.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had something else, very important. Number one on my list, but I began to move around. Last week, I got a phone call from a resident on North Essex, indicating that a young woman there had passed out in the street, and it took the emergency people, the emergency response team, 20 minutes to respond. And I would like to know why that was, if it's true.
Director Dow. Corbett.
Michael R. Dowd, Fire Director, City of Orange Township. Councilman, in relation to that call,
we did look into the ambulance response, and the ambulance response was in the parameters of 5 to 10 minutes, within 5 minutes, actually. The problem that occurs is this, and I'm just take a second here to explain. People think cell phones are phones. These are radios. A true definition of a phone is an electronic device that's permanently attached in your home by wire and is connected to the phone company by landline, hardwire, and it goes to a central station, and then is connected to the police department. When you dial 911 in your home or apartment on a phone, it goes directly to the police department. When you dial 911 on a cell phone, it goes to a cell tower, which goes to the state police, which is then retransmitted back to the nearest 911 center that the call is required to. But the addresses on your phones is your home address, but 80% of the people don't use their phones in their houses. They use them everywhere in the street. So the address that pops up on the screen is the address of the cell tower. Every time we get calls on the Oakwood Avenue, if you look on Oakwood Avenue, there are houses, there's the senior citizens. But the next block over on Harrison are all the apartment buildings in East Orange. And if you look on the roofs of them, they have a lot of cell tower receivers. So when you actually call on Oakwood Avenue, your phone's going to East Orange. So when it shows up on the dispatch center in state police, you're seeing an East Orange address. So unless the person directly says City of Orange, or if that's garbled, it will be transferred, that call could be transferred from the state police to the East Orange 911, and they have to determine then to relocate. So there can be a delay when you use a cell phone. This is occurring more often because in the city, I would say, anyone below the age of 40 doesn't have a house phone anymore. They all use cell phones. So there can be a delay when you use a cell phone. It's not us. When we get the call, we're responding within 5 minutes. Matter of fact, to make sure there's a more quicker response on the medical calls, we're sending fire trucks now to make sure that somebody has a medical emergency, we're going to get somebody there as fast as possible. And we are getting there usually with the ambulance or a minute ahead of the ambulance to give aid. So that's what I would tell the public, is that if there is a delay, it's not on our side or the city side. It is a technical problem. Now, going forward, there is a plan to have GPS tracking to make it more location, but that hasn't been developed as far as I know in this state. So that's the answer. If there's any delay, it's not on our side. It's really the technology at the moment. So do you know what the actual response time was to that particular incident?
I believe we looked at it, it was almost 5 or 6 minutes from the time we got it, okay, that the ambulance showed up there. We were there, I think, within 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes, okay?
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a few comments. But first, let me ask Mr. Mays to jot down some things for me, just in case I don't forget to call you early in the morning. 479 Burnside. Could you take a look over there tomorrow? There's a welder that's working out of a garage, and they're getting a lot of noise and traffic. I think that's an illegal business that was started, 479 Burnside. So could you make sure that somebody makes a visit there tomorrow to see what they're doing? And also on the corner of Park Avenue in Cleveland, and I know that's a county road, could we get a message to Ken Garrett? I will also talk to Phil Elijah that we need to have slow painted on there for the kids cross, so the cars on Park Avenue will slow down. Otherwise, we might have to think about a 4-way stop sign there. Because I was out there this afternoon, and it was just too much traffic for the crossing guard and the kids trying to get across. So first step, they put up the walking signs for me a couple years ago, but now I think we need to paint it on the street itself and then look at how we can make it more safer for the kids. And also, and I went to see Grease on Friday night. I hope all the council members, it was very good. I want to commend the Orange High School students for their presentation. I mean, they enjoyed what they were doing, and it was really a good play. And they do an excellent job every year. So like Councilman Corbett said, we need to highlight the positive things that's going on in our school districts, and that was very positive. And also, talking about the baseball field, I just want to think, I want to say as we move forward with the grand open, the ribbon cutting, that we do not forget Keith Cressy, who introduced us to Green Acres. That funding was, that movement to get that field was put in place a couple of years ago, and it just happens to come into fruition under this mayor. So please don't forget Keith Cressy when you're honoring people on Thursday, because he played a vital part in that. And even though he's not there as recreation director or whatever, supervisor, he still needs to get some of that credit, so please don't forget him. But I want to move on to another thing that I think needs to be said. As I sat here tonight and I listened to the comments of the public, each night it gets more disturbing, because I also want to say that a council person's job is not the nights we come here 2 nights a week. We work all day some days. I was on Park Avenue this afternoon for a couple of hours just standing out there doing some stuff. So it doesn't just, it's not just here in the council chambers. We do community stuff. We go into buildings. We make sure our tenants are taken care of, that there's safe housing and all of that stuff. So when we get here tonight and all you hear is the negative about what we are not doing, some of the same people, and I want to key it on, somebody mentioned tonight about Tony Galante Plaza, we give them everything they want. But then in the second breath, they told us that we should give the mayor everything he wants. So if we're going to question Tony Galante, we have a right to question who the mayor puts in as a business administrator. So we need to stop talking out of 2 sides of our mouth. One of the ones you say one thing, and then another thing you accuse us of doing something else. But it all has to be fair. And I think if I want to say about this council, we do have common sense. And I don't know why people thought when common sense was given out, only certain people got them. And to get up here and preach about what the council is doing, and I just want to reflect, and I'm sorry guys, but I just have to say this and get it off from my mind. Some of the very people that stand up here night after night, council, we are put on boards hoping that they make an impact and do the same thing that they're telling us that we should be doing. And when the heat gets hot, what do? They resign. Because they don't stand in there for the fight to make sure things are done right. And all of those plans they'll talk about putting in place, they don't stay there and make sure it happens. So they're cowards. But they want to get up here and tell us what we are not doing, what we should be doing. But if they were sitting here, I guarantee you they wouldn't be doing any better, because you just look at them as they come up and as they talk. And don't just look at them for being in this council person. I've been around this city a long time, in meetings, in Board of Education meetings, and seen them same people. And they don't say any more, do any better than we do. But we do our jobs. And when you come up here and you ask questions, you say to yourself, you working in the police department, that's in bad shape. What have you fought for? What are you doing? What are you doing? But you want to blame us for all of the ills of this city, knowing that in previous years prior to when the Faulkner Act, they gave the administration too much power. And we can't take that power back unless we redo the Faulkner Act. But we weren't responsible for that. So when you get in here and talk about the website, there's nothing here, there's nothing there. You pay taxes, I pay taxes, but how many of you have been sitting in the mayor's office asking him what's wrong with the website? We pay somebody over $70,000 a year to manage that under the administration. But I guarantee you, nobody's sitting in the mayor's office holding him accountable, but that's where the accountability is. We, the council, has, and I'll say this, I said, have no control over what's on that website. Yes, we can tell them what we want. We can put the things in place, but we don't have any control to make it happen. So if you're so concerned about that, and I've said it over and over again, go to the mayor's office, come out and support the council as to the things that we're trying to do. Get behind us instead of always trying to beat us down about you don't do this. You know we don't have the power, but you come there and say that anyway because you think it makes you look good. But get the facts straight. The administration controls the website. The administration controls the website. So if you as a taxpayer homeowner, whatever, is unhappy with the website, then hold the mayor administration accountable to that. And march it to his office and let him know how dissatisfied you are. But I want to commend this council because we've endured a lot. We've been through a lot together, we've endured a lot, and we're still working to try to improve the things in this city. We're still working. And yes, I do work with the administration occasionally because I still call the mayor when I want something or get something done, and I work with him collaboratively to get it done. So it's not like we don't talk to the mayor, we don't work with the mayor, we do that. But some things we're just at odds with, and we haven't come to any agreement, and we probably never will, because we have a right as a council, advice and consent, to decide who sits in that chair as business administrator. That's our right to do that. And if you want a business administrator, you go talk to your mayor, figure out why there's nobody there. And then I want to put one other thing to bed, the issue of Dwight Mitchell. We all know with litigation and anything that we cannot talk about personnel issues in a public forum. It's in the city attorney's office, they're working out the issues. And if you really want to know what's happening, you need to go sit down and sit with them, because we are not going to give out any information that would put us in litigation for a lawsuit that would cost the taxpayers money. It's a personnel issue. We're working on it. So some of the questions cannot be answered, no matter how much you hammer us on the ground, beat up on us. It's a legal matter that has to be resolved, and we are not at liberty to discuss any personnel person in this public forum. Thank you for your indulgence.
Council President, one quick thing.
Yes, sir.
In my haste, I forgot to commend Mr. Marty Mays for finally filling the hole in our ceiling. Thank you, Marty.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes. Oh, wow.
Looks a lot better.
Yes, yes.
Council President, let me just piggyback on that. I didn't even notice.
Yes.
But thank you. But I want to say to Marty's credit, to Mr. Mays, he's very proactive. I had an issue this morning, and at 3 o'clock, he had a meeting set up that resolved a lot of our issues. We went out there, we did what we needed to do, and I want to thank him for that. Because whatever you call Mr. Mays, he's always Johnny on the spot. He will work it out for you. I mean, I think sometimes I'm a little bit more aggressive than he is with the person that we're working with, but he's there. So thank you, Marty.
Y'all finished?
Done. Thank you.
I think I was still over. I just want to, Bill Lewis left, but I just want everybody to be mindful that our code is online. So while every council member does have a code book, the code is online, and it's available to every citizen as well. So you can go online and do a search and search the administrative code. Our committees, when we have the committee meetings, they are attended not just by council members, but by the city attorney and the administration. So it is a full round table, and there is interaction on both sides. And we already stated about the grand opening on Thursday, and I just want Marty, before we close, to reiterate it, what's going to happen on Thursday. And Ken Garrett, he sent me word that he's out sick today, but he texted me and said that he could still work from home. So if anybody has a cell number and you have a request, then please text him. I just had Director Mays give Ms. Arthur and Ms. Stewart a copy of a new scholarship that is being formed. John Fryer is a former, is born and raised in Orange, and he passed away last year. And he was somebody who loved music, and his family in his honor has started the John F. Fryer Memorial Scholarship. And it's for students who are in college, in their third year of college, to help them with books. The family really would love to see students from Orange apply. The deadline is April 30th. I do have more, but I know there is a network for alumni in the Orange school system, and they should be contacting the school if they, if they need something to fill the gap. So please get that to the necessary people. I went to their first event on Saturday. It was a very joyous event. John would have been very pleased. And I think that when you have the opportunity to go to our scholarship events, it's nice to see how many people come back to Orange and give to the children. I think that there might be a class of 1960-something that's very strong. I want to say they almost give like $10,000, I think. But there's always an opportunity to just reach back and give. And a book makes a difference in a student's life. So whatever you can do, reach back. It's very thoughtful, very helpful, and very needed. Also, our coach, Pia Frazier, she just reached the golden age of 50, and we celebrated her with a surprise. But she's a young lady that came from Orange, graduated, and could have went many places, but she came back to Orange to serve her community, and she's a long-standing coach. And to hear some of the students get up and give testimony as to what she has helped them through, it means a lot. You don't know, sometimes just being an ear to a person, it makes a difference. So today is actually Pia's birthday, so we'll say happy birthday. And thank you for your continued service. And also, I don't believe I said the family of Flife, the Flife family, Melinda Flife, I think of Wanda Flife, their mother passed, and they had their mother's funeral on Friday. So we just want to let them know that they're in our prayers as well. And I believe that's it. Clerk,
Councilwoman, one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
I meant to, I'm sorry, I forgot to do this. When Councilman Merrill was talking about the things that Mr. Mapp promised, Mr. Mapp, on February the 18th, we asked you again for those payroll information, a list by person and a biweekly salary. That was on February the 18th. I'm reading it from our minutes. Where is that? And you said you would discuss it with the mayor's office, and I'll get it to you. What happened?
There is information that the council requested, which I was given the okay to provide, and I sent that information to the clerk's office.
But that was the Sandy information.
It was the Sandy information as well as the information that supported the items that were on the bill list that was under discussion at the time.
Yeah, but no, this is asking you for. Mr. Matt did confirm that he would provide a list by person and bi-weekly salary. The following Tuesday, Mr. Mapp reported that he would speak to the mayor's office. He would gather the information, would then be approved by the mayor's office. That piece you haven't sent, so I just need to know where it is.
Okay. The bi-weekly salary of every employee that is on the payroll, is that what you're looking for?
List by person and by bi-weekly salary. Personnel list by person and by bi-weekly salary amount.
All right. I will speak to the mayor tomorrow morning.
But it's been over a month.
All right. I thought I sent the information. Let me make a note of that. I speak only to what comes from in front of me. I will make a note of your request, Councilor Eason, and I don't have a pen. Here you are. Thank you, Councilor. I got it.
We're moving on to ordinances, second reading. public hearing 3-2014, an ordinance to amend the code of the City of Orange Township, Chapter 200, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 200-440. Section 9, stop intersections, three-way stop, Oakwood Avenue and Berwyn Street. Is there anybody from the public that would like to be heard?
Motion to close?
Motion by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Easton. On the motion, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid. In favor. Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable. Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Gordon Butler.
In favor.
I didn't vote, yes.
I'm sorry, sir. Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams is yes. And Councilwoman Gordon Butler again is absent.
No, I'm here.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent, I'm sorry. A motion for final adoption. That was the motion to close public hearing, I'm sorry. That was motion for final adoption.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Easton. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
Favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones Bell. Councilwoman Gordon Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams, yes. Motion carries. Moving to 4-2014, an ordinance to amend the code of the City of Orange Township, Chapter 200, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 200-52-1, handicap parking spaces across from 61 William Street. Is there anybody from the public who would like to be heard?
Motion to close?
Motion to close by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Gordon Butler. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
In favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones Bell is absent. Councilwoman Gordon Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams, yes. Motion for final
Move.
adoption. Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Gordon Butler. On the motion? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
In favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler.
In favor.
Councilman Williams is yes. Moving to 5-2014, an ordinance to amend Chapter 200 of the Code of the City of Orange Township by amending Section 200-68, establishing a permit parking area in the Municipal Parking Plaza Number 9, providing 20 parking spaces for displaced Tony Galento parking permit holders or other commuters as needed. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard? Ms. Gordon?
Kathleen Gordon. Compared to number 5, 2014, and number 6, 2014, number 5 shows 20 parking spaces for displaced. Number 6 shows 20 and 20. During the construction, my question is, what does that mean? That that Tony Galento will give back or accept 40 of the 60 displaced, but 20 is not accepted, the 20 being covered by number 5? Did I make my question clear?
Say the question again, Ms. Gordon.
There is a difference between the language of number 5, ordinance number 5, and number 6. Number 5 provides 20 parking spaces for displaced Tony Galento permit holders. Number 6 provides 20 and 20 in municipal parking plazas 3 and 4, 20 each. during the construction. I assume that means that after the construction, this 40 will be parked at the new Tony Galento parking lot. My question is then for 5, the remaining 20 is not going to be placed back into Tony Galento? Did I make myself clear?
Mr. Mobley?
Chris Mobley, Parking and Water Liaison. Currently, Parking Plaza 9 does not collect any revenue whatsoever for the parking spaces that are there. So ideally, those spaces that would become a permanent parking plaza. It is a parking plaza now, but we don't collect any revenue for it. Once the development is done, RPM has indicated that permit customers will be able to go and park at the new parking facility that's being constructed as part of the development project. So those folks who come and park temporarily in lots 3 and 4 will be able to go back and park in what will be the new parking facility. And even the people who will be parking in Parking Plaza 9 will also be able to go back and park in the new parking facility. But we would remain or keep Parking Plaza 9 as a permit area.
Thank you. Ms. Gordon, does that answer your question?
Yes. Yes, so and then for whom is this extra 20 created on the long term? That's what is not clear. If all 60 will be eventually housed in Tony Galento.
Mr. Mobley? It will just be additional parking. It'll just be additional parking. It'll just be additional parking, Miss. It'll continue on as additional parking.
Only for permit parking.
For permanent parking during prescribed hours.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anybody else in the public that would like to be heard?
Gloria Stewart, resident of Orange. Parking is one of my issues, just as a resident where I live. But you're given, first of all, the municipal parking is a place in the city of Orange where if I were to come, I should be able to park, right?
Yes.
Now, you're taking 20 parking spaces, providing for their people, all right, who were displaced. Am I understanding this correctly? Their parking spaces were displaced, and it's going to be this way until they finish the project. Now, I guess my question is, when will the project be finished? How long will this be? And these parking spaces, as he said, Mr. Mobley, will be, I guess, converted because you're going to give the people that, I guess, move into the development parking spaces that's being built for them. So he also made the comment that there's no revenue. And my question did I understand him to say, Mr. Mobley, there's no revenue coming from the municipal? Currently. Whose fault is that? I'm understanding that you do, I'm trying to see if there are meters there. No meters? So that's, I guess, something that the resident of Orange could use to park to do their shopping, right? The municipal parking spaces. But when you take the 20, how many are left? From, I'm just giving an example, lot 9, how many will be left for, just say if I wanted to go park?
Mr. Mobley? I guess you would start, how many current spaces are at, you can come, how many current spaces are at the Tony Galento Plaza now?
Right at Tony Galento Plaza?
Right.
We currently have about 78.
Right.
78. So at Parking Plaza number 9, there are only like 20 spaces. So all 20 of those spaces would be allocated for permit parking. 19 would be regular, and 1 would be handicap parking.
Just to say, on behalf of residents like me, again, you're favoring people who are looking to buy from the RPM development. You know, you're taking from the municipal to make them spaces. This is what I'm taking from, the 20 spaces. You're giving it to them, even though it's going to be permit parking. And I guess the bottom line is when you can make a dime, it's okay to do it. And this is what you're saying, it's going to be permit parking. Do they have to pay for the permit parking? Okay, so you're making money. So as long as you're making money, it's okay. And it just doesn't seem fair to the average resident of Orange who happens to drive. Okay? And that's just food for thought.
No, Chris, I think it's actually commuter parking right now, Ms. Stewart, and that's what Mr. Mobley needs to explain.
Yeah. The other thing I want to mention is that there is other parking on Tony Galento Plaza, and it's metered parking. So there are metered spaces there for the public. The other thing I would add is that the people, if you come there at 6 o'clock in the morning, stores on Main Street aren't even open. But if you come there at 6 o'clock in the morning, I will guarantee you that most of these 20 spaces that I'm talking about are already taken up. And they're taken up by commuters who come there and park and get on a train. And for years, at least as long as I've been around, there's been no meters there, and there's been no permit parking there. So these people have been getting a free ride. All we're saying is, hey, let's go ahead and establish permit parking because people are already parking there, commuters. There's other parking on Tony Galento Plaza. And so I think it sounds like it would be good for the city to begin to get some of the revenue that we're justly due and still be able to provide parking for some Orange residents who are commuters who buy the permits from us. So some of the people I would anticipate who would be parking in those spaces are Orange residents.
Well, then, is it possible
You gotta come to the
to
mic,
leave it,
Ms. Stewart.
is it possible then just to leave it open for anyone who comes to pay their money for parking, rather than favoring certain people with permits?
It is.
You understand what I'm saying?
Ms. Stewart, the parking is first come, first served. It's not because you live in Tony Galento, you get that park. It's commuter parking.
Okay, but what about the permit? Explain that to me then.
It's commuter parking. That's what I'm saying. For anybody. Commuter parking. You can go buy, if you were a commuter, you can go buy a permit tomorrow, and that would be your space for, if you did it for a month, it's 3 months, 6 months, or a year.
Okay, so if I got a number of people from Orange who are not from Tony, to
Right.
get permits, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
they can-
Okay.
As a matter of fact, that was one of the questions. Looking at the current, I think Mr. Mobley just said we have approximately 70 permit parking holders right now. Of the 70, several of them are Orange residents who come there to commute.
Okay, all right. Time will tell. Thank you.
Is anybody else from the public that would like to be heard? Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Easton, second by Councilman Corbett. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid?
Favor.
Councilman Corbett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilman Marable?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gaunt Butler?
In favor.
And I am in favor as well. Motion for final adoption. Moved
Second.
by Councilman Corbett, second by Councilwoman Easton on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid?
Favor.
Councilman
Corbett, yes.
Councilwoman Easton?
Yes.
Councilman Marable?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler?
In favor.
And I am in favor as well. An ordinance to amend Chapter 200 of the Code of the City of Orange Township by amending Section 200-68, establishing a temporary permit parking area in the Municipal Plaza Number 3 and the Municipal Parking Plaza Number 4, providing 20 parking spaces in each lot for displaced only Galento parking permit holders to allow them in the park to park in the municipal parking lots during the construction of the Tony Galento Transit Village project. Is there anybody from the public like to be heard?
Motion to close.
Motion to close by Councilman Corbett. Second by Councilwoman Gordon Butler on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid. Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler.
In favor?
Councilman Williams is in favor as well. Moving to
Motion to adopt.
motion for final adoption by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Gordon Butler. On the motion, seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid. Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gordon Butler.
In favor?
I am in favor as well. Motion carries. Moving to 7-2014. An ordinance of the City of Orange Township authorizing the execution of an amended and restated financial agreement with Orange Condominium Urban Renewal LP and granting an amended tax exemption for Phase 1B of the Tony Galento Transit Village project. Is there anybody from the public that would like to be heard? Mr. Feld?
Good evening, Jeffrey Feld, 268 Main Street, Orange, New Jersey. I would urge caution, and maybe that you may come back and consider this at the next meeting for the following reasons. One, there's a question as to whether this was listed on the agenda. Two, based on Oprah request and based on the history of this walk-on ordinance, at the last meeting you walked this ordinance on. During the meeting, the pilot was actually given to you, the attachment. I made an Oprah request, and even based on state statute, on the next day, morning, the complete ordinance should be available to the public. If you read the pilot talks about an application. The application was not attached to your ordinance in your pilot. Friday at 3 o'clock, the application appeared. And the reason I mentioned that, because at the last meeting, the reason we were told there was an emergency, that this had to be considered, because the pilot in the application had a construction schedule, and the construction schedule said that it had to start in April. But when you read the actual application, the construction schedule said February. So the question is someone telling us the truth? And the reason I say this, because there's a history here with this transaction and with RPM. I can't tell you, because I'm not privy to the documents that were provided to you in the budget, is whether RPM has made all its pilot payments on all its transactions to the city. Because I know in the last budget process, and based on the audit, we did not receive any monies on Grand Central Senior. We did not receive any monies on the Central Orange Village project. So why are we giving monies to a redeveloper now, a new deal, if he hasn't made his pilot payments? And we heard today, when we talk about the transaction, and I think everyone has to understand how this transaction has evolved, because the case law and the state controller reports have changed since April of 2013. I'm just saying this stuff to put in the record, because I know where we're heading, because I can see the blank stares are coming to me. Originally, the deal was the property the city was going to sell to RPM and the entity. It changed to a ground lease. We have never had an analysis of the value of whether we're receiving fair market value under the ground lease. The importance of this is, based on case law that came out regarding the prudential areas of their new tower, based on an agreement that Marty was involved in this summer, where RPM was giving some monies for the Grand Central areas. When a developer gets property for below fair market value, it cannot double dip. The state is cracking down on double dipping. If you get property for below market value, you can't get a tax abatement. And I don't know if that factual determination has ever been given to the public. We hear conclusions, but we've never seen the support to show that they paid fair market value, that we're receiving fair market value for the property. And that goes back to what Murphy was saying about South Orange, that they're getting $7 million. The way this transaction has changed over the years, originally we were supposed to get, I think, about more than $1 million, $1.2 million. Now we're getting a ground lease, so no one's really figured out the present value analysis. Because when we did have the fiscal impact statement, that was brushed through. The citizens were never given a chance to ask questions to the person that prepared that report almost a year ago. Also, you have to be concerned of the state constitution. This is an issue that I'm going to be filing a brief next weekend regarding the Walter G., the net profit limitation languages. There's a question. When you look at the template of the pilot, compare it to other templates that were prepared by McManus Scotland in West Orange. Look at other templates that RPM has agreed with the city of Newark. Why aren't certain magic language in that agreement? We're talking about, we heard before, we want to get money from the parking, and this, we need additional revenues. Besides the service fee you get, when we're dealing with urban renewal entities, and remember that we're talking about a condominium area now, besides your annual percentage payment, you're entitled, the city, to another additional payment based on net profits. The language that's typically in all other agreements in other cities is not here. My concern is we want to make sure we have that language, we're getting the payment, so that someone who's an administrative person knows to look at an agreement, to know that there's an obligation they're supposed to get that additional payment. Because based on the pilot I see there, there's no specific magic language that's in every other agreement in every other municipality. Over the last 4 years, I've read too many pilot agreements of other municipalities. Why is Orange always different? And I've never got an answer from Marty Mays. I've never got an answer from Chris Mobley. I've never got an answer from Valerie. I never got an answer from everyone from this council. And tell you, because I've been creating a pleading library in the clerk's office, the city retained an outside counsel, and he can't even answer the question. He says, we just rely whatever McManus Scotland says. There's never been really an independent analysis done by any in-house attorney or outside defense counsel to analyze why net profit limitation language is not in our agreements. And that's going to be an issue that the court's going to decide. And I would take caution. And again, remember, we're talking about a compressed period. You walked this on at the last meeting. The document wasn't complete. I just got the application. I'm seeing there's errors and misstatements said into it. And I'm telling you right now, looking at the agreement, when you compare it to what RPM has agreed with the city of Newark, why isn't that magic template language in the deal? And also, has RPM paid us?
Is there a time limit on this, or is this a matters of discussion?
Well, I know how you're going to vote. I'm just putting it in the record, and I thank you.
But he's putting this whole case on the record.
I have to put the questions on, so when the court looks at whether you're...
Mr. Farrell, can you please address the chair? Is there anybody else from the public that would like to...
Thank you for letting me put my pertinent questions that were not answered on the record. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public like to be heard? Ms. Gordon?
Kathleen Gordon. Well, everybody knows this item have been back and forth. One just doesn't have even the energy to review it every time. One keeps forgetting. But I was against it from the beginning, but at this point I just want to make it clear that there is a clear pattern with this company, that they come up, they provide through the planning board a certain plan, come up to the council. A council approves a pilot, and then they come back to the planning board that the plan changed, and the planning board approves because it is so much advanced already, and then the council approves because the planning board approved the changes, and so it goes. It went like this with Grand Central. It went like this with South Center Street property, and here it is again. If you don't see a pattern, then you're not looking. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Ms. Stewart?
Gloria Stewart, resident of Orange. And it's not to talk out of both sides out of my mouth. It's all good. I just want to say, when I look at this ordinance, there's certain red flags. I might not do it as eloquently as the previous speakers, but when it says and amended, that says something to me. And restated, what are you restating? What are you amending? It says a financial agreement. We have no privy to it, because I know it can't be transparent to us what you guys are working or signing off on. But the thing also that sticks out in my crow is tax exemption. And I hope that you don't give them that. Let them do the regular, the fair market, or don't get it at all. And that's just my concern. Too many red flags with this. And they keep coming back. Don't tell me they didn't know. Because one of the things I found out is that you have people to go and to do the research before you even entertain the project. And I can think of the Freddie Pohill complex. One of the things they did was water tables. They paid like $60,000 just to find out if there would be any problem. So don't tell me these guys did not do their work. They're coming back at you. And even if you were not here initially when Jackson was here, whatever, it gives you a time to pull the brakes back and say, whoa, let's not do this. No more tax rebate. Thank you. Abate, whatever you want to call it, no more.
Motion to close.
1 second, Ms. Corbett, I'm sorry. Ms. Amelia, I'm sorry, can you just state what the amendment was and what the amendment was?
My name is Amelia Riddell. I'm with McManaman, Scotland & Bauman. We serve as Special Redevelopment Counsel to the City of Orange. The amended and restated application and financial agreement reduces the number, acknowledges that there's a reduction in the number of condominium units in the project from 30 to 24, which is a reduction of 6. And in the application itself, the pro formas now reflect the reduction in the number. And so the anticipated payment in lieu of taxes or the pilot is also reduced pursuant to the change in the number of units.
Thank you. That was the amendment. I'm sorry, Councilman Corbett, continue.
Motion to close.
Councilman Corbett, motion to close, second by Councilwoman Easton on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
None in favor.
To close.
Close.
Councilman.
Public comments. In favor.
Councilman.
Yes.
Corbett, Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
Yes.
Councilman Ron Butler. In favor. I'm in favor as well. Motion for final adoption.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Easton on the motion. Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
None in favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
No.
Councilwoman Jones-Bell is absent. Councilwoman Butler.
In favor.
Councilwoman Williams is in favor as well. Ordinances on introduction of first reading.
Council President,
yes.
administration would like to withdraw 8/2014.
We accept that withdrawal.
What are you withdrawing?
8-2014. So there will be no ordinances on first reading. Going to the consent agenda. All items listed with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which event this item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence of the agenda. Council member, is there anybody who would like to move a resolution?
Council President,
Councilman Abdul Rashid?
79, 2014.
Any other?
Include.
Any other council members? Seeing none, we're going to do the consent agenda. Consent agenda is 75-2014, 76-2014, 77-2014, 78-2014. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilman Easton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have 6 ayes and 1 absent. Moving to 79-2014, a resolution approving the bill list for council meeting vote on April 1st, 2014, dated March 28, 2014, and approving checks issued by the Finance Department in accordance with Ordinance -295. And for the record, it's we're going to vote to amend and adopt, and we will be removing, page. So on page 3, 3,500 will be removed. And page 5, 16,000 will be removed. So it's amended and adopted the amount of $2,326,291.88. That's the amended amount. So to amend, adopt and amend and adopt. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Councilman Corbett.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Easton. On the motion,
Council President,
Councilman Abdul Rashid.
through you to Director of Finance, Mr. Mapp, page 13 of the current bill list, item 4-01-29-390-000-404, relative to the transfers for the Orange Library, $44,666.67. Could you just perhaps spend 30 seconds to explain what is that relevant to in terms of the transfer? Thank you.
The City of Orange funds the library X number of dollars per year. That transfer is a portion of the funding that the library will receive from the municipality of the City of Orange.
Council President, I conclude.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, roll call. Councilman Abdul Rashid.
Not in favor.
Councilman Corbett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easton.
Yes.
Councilman Marable.
No.
Councilwoman Galt Butler. In favor. Councilman Williams is in favor. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion by Councilwoman Easton, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Corbett, all in favor? Aye. Now adjourned. Ms. Stewart. We adjourned at 11:27. Ms. Stewart.